You want to scan that QR code, and you can go over to the YouTube and play this back if you want to now. This is the back of it. Okay. Just has some really good practices, and then some quick setup steps for you guys. If you want to screenshot this, again, we will have these available for you guys. I get a lot of, again, I'm in Facebook, a lot of groups on Facebook with seller help and stuff, and I'm seeing a lot more people stating that, hey, listen, my items are getting to the customers and they're owing money. And it's because a lot of you have set up your shipping accounts incorrectly. And so you've listened to maybe some of these big sellers or people telling you how to like kind of manipulate the shipping thing. You don't want to do that. Okay. You definitely want to set your profiles up correctly. You definitely want to have the correct weights and the correct sizes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I sure will. So in that, you guys want to make sure that you're setting up those shipping profiles correctly. Again, it's not a one size fits all. You will hear a lot of people teaching based on what they do, and a lot of people sell bigger and heavier items. What they do and how they do it does not fit what I do as far as items under 16 ounces. Okay. And so everybody needs to realize when you come to this platform, you're being charged up front for shipping. And so if you set up your profiles to, hey, listen, I want you to take out maximum amount up front, you don't get refunded that. So what you want to do is make sure that when you're setting up those profiles, you're telling it to take out the least amount, knowing that you can edit that before you ever create the package or that label. Very, very important that everybody coming to this platform, it's not like most others. They charge you up front versus the back end. So I tell Whatnot, hey, listen, I don't want you charging me the maximum amount. I want to be able to edit that label before I ship it. And that way I get to tell it what to take and how much to take or how to ship it. Okay. A lot of these big sellers say, hey, listen, flip on flat rate. That doesn't fit what I do. I don't want to do that. I leave it off, especially if you're selling things under 16 ounces. Yeah, I sure can. So make sure when you're coming to this platform, you understand that you need to set up some shipping profiles before you ever get going. Okay. Going back to it. Absolutely. So again, I've created this. I've copyrighted this. It is protected. Okay. This is pretty much a quick shipping help. Okay. Here's some of the people I love that I surround myself with, and we will be adding some more after the first 100 of these. Okay. I only created 100. Didn't know if people would want them or like them. Um, I use a numbering system. Okay. Here's some seller referrals. If you want to, if you've never bought anything on the platform, you get free 15 bucks on your free purchase. And then for doing your first show, you get 150 bucks with some minimum qualifications. Okay. And then the front side. Again, I've went in and created a multiple page here. A lot of these other people will do just a single page. Quick setup for all of your shipping profiles, create you several different ones. If you're a new seller, you cannot offer reduced shipping at this point in time. They want to make sure that you've got it down, you understand it. Okay. Smaller sellers, this is what I recommend. If you're selling smaller things under 16 ounces, if you're selling bigger items, again, that's how I would set it up. Okay. But again, whatever the case, realize you can edit the label when you go to print your labels. Okay. But these are kind of the standard settings for most folks. Again, one size not does not fit all. Most people will teach you this right here. Okay. Um, but for me, that's not my best choices. Okay. I know that I can come in here before I create this label and those will be my options, but I want them to charge the least amount up front. And so this is what I do as a small seller or small items, okay, under 16 ounces. First class mail. little cheat sheet here. Again, we will have these available. I'm not trying to make money off these at all. What I will do is I will offer them to just cover my costs. That way you have a cheat sheet sitting there right in front of you if you get lost. You know what I'm saying? On YouTube, it is hold on, great question. Oh, so if you want to scan that QR code, you'll find me on there. Let me see back. I think it's like DV whatnot or something. There's my QR code for YouTube. Okay. QR codes. Let's talk about those real quick. I've created a couple this week. I think they're great. Um, all you do is you can go on to QR code creator. Okay. QR code creator. And you can go in there and put your links as far as whatnot. You cannot put any outside links outside whatnot as your QR code or offer them. It has to all be within whatnot, except for like YouTube or your Instagram. Okay. Cannot ever refer people off the website for purchases. So make sure you understand that. But great little idea with added fees to cover packaging costs. Listen, I don't know why add. So, for example, I sell jewelry. My shipping profiles are set up at 1 ounce. Even though it might weigh 2 or 3 ounces, I know before I ever go to create that label, I can edit that. I want my buyers to see the least amount of money that they're being charged for shipping. Again, I do things a little bit differently than most people. A lot of people have started doing this where they do a reduced shipping where I charge $4. No matter how many items you buy, I only charge $4. On the flip side of that, depending on how many items they buy, I might spend $3 or $4 or $2 or $3, just depending. But again, it gets people in my room buying more involved, participating faster and quicker. Okay. And that is why I do that. That's not an option for new sellers. But once you understand that a lot of the hoops are that shipping cost, right? If it's expensive to ship, people are hesitant to come in and buy. So I've really said, hey, listen, I want you to come in, not only buy, but to bid on things. And so by offering that reduced shipping has been amazing. I would never tell Whatnot to take out the maximum amount. I would rather I'd rather pay on the flip side of it, right? When I go to create that label. And I'll try to show you guys a couple things tonight. I have to be really careful. Last show somebody turned me in for accidentally showing partial address or something, which it was no big deal, but um, I wish I had just like an account where I can which if somebody agrees, somebody buys something and somebody agrees, it's all right. But um again, check out my store. Everything I use is in there. We'll kind of go through a few things. I know, and I totally get it. Like I'm trying to be really, really careful. Um, again, success comes with jealousy, right? So I don't worry about it though. It's no big deal. Um, yeah, I hear from her daily. We're all talking behind the scenes. She's got some things going on. She'll be back on. She's doing her own thing. Um, but yeah, definitely no issue. Me and Christy talk almost daily, and Kristen and Amber, and recommend one of these if you're selling jewelry. Okay, they're like $10. Okay, it's a magnifying lens, absolutely amazing. What happens is a lot of people you'll see them holding their hand up because they don't want it trying to focus on other things. I got something, might be just a gray hair. With this, what happens is you won't have the focusing issues. Okay, so I can simply, again, we'll go through and show you. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm just trying to help you. Um, So with that, I just put my lens on, okay, and I'm really able to See how it doesn't go out of focus? It's because the entire image is being magnified. Okay. Can I sell antique stuff that's not jewelry in my shop if it's a set price? Well, you can create a bin item. So again, quality listings is what we'll call that. A quality listings is going to be a bin item. Okay. And so you can put that into your store. Understand that when you do a store, when you put a quality listing, it's available all the time until it sells. When you go live, you have to take those quality items and throw them into your show. Okay. They're not automatically going to show up in your show. Okay. So absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, it is. Everything I use is in my shop. Okay. And it is there for your informative information. You're more than welcome to buy it from me, but pictures, descriptions, all of that. Okay. I'd love for you to buy it from me. But it's there for your information. So if you ever get lost or what is it he uses, what does he do, it's right there for you. Okay. Um, let's go through how I kind of do some of my shipping process here, real quick. Okay. I get a lot of questions. Brock, how do you ship so fast? I can do an 18.5 hour show and ship everything in an hour and a half to 2 hours. So that is really quick. That is really fast, very accurate in how I do that. And we'll go through and I'm here for hours. You know what I'm saying? I give Wednesday nights to you guys. If anybody wants to co-host, we can co-host later. If anybody wants me to look at their profile, I'll look at their profile. If anybody says, hey, listen, can any suggestions, I'll come in and do some suggestions. We'll cover a lot of different bases. A lot of this is routine. Every week we get so many new sellers coming to the platform, and so we like to try to help everybody and kind of cover all of our bases. The main thing is shipping. When you go to start selling on this platform, make sure you've done your homework and you really understand that shipping. Okay. You have set those profiles up. Okay. Take a picture of that little guide. Go in there and create you several different shipping profiles. Okay. How do you find video we purchase? So if you'll go in to your activity, now the platform's set up in two different elements: buying and selling. If you're not set up as a seller yet, you'll just see the buyer. But if you will go into your receipts, okay, so what you will do is, let me see if my other phone's up here real quick. Let me charge my other phone real quick and I can show you. It's really easy. What you do is you go into your receipts and there's a video receipt. It'll say activity, and then under activity you'll click on the item that you purchased, and then you'll scroll down about halfway through and it'll say video receipt, and you can click on that video receipt and watch the entire show. Yeah, you can see the whole. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Listen, there's some amazing sellers in here too every Wednesday night, and so ask questions in that chat because listen, there's a lot of information always in here. Some OGs, you just never know who's sitting and hanging out in my background. So, hello, hello, how are you doing? Yes, we sure can. So, what happens? Let me get this for you. I'll put the code in here. Just copy this code. Do not put it into your browser yet. Okay. Do not put this in your browser. Okay. There you go. There's the code. Okay. Again, you can take my name out and use whoever's name you want to. But what happens is when you've decided to become a seller, you've done all your homework, you've gathered your thoughts, you've created a plan, you've done all your research, you jumped on YouTube, you've watched Bunny and you watched D's. I mean, um, plug this code in. Again, I think you have to use it within a week, and there's some minimum qualifications. Okay. So I think you have to be on for a couple hours. You have to sell, I think, $250. Don't quote me on that, worth of merchandise from five different buyers. Okay. And so minimum requirements, minimum qualifications, and then you will get a credit after all of that's completed. Okay. New sellers, also remember this, until you reach that 1,000 sales threshold, your funds will be placed on hold until the item is received by the buyer. Okay. Once those buyers receive those items and they are scanned by USPS, your funds will become available. Once you hit that 1,000 threshold, your funds will automatically be released upon creating the label. So two different things. Um, Under 1,000, not until they're delivered. Before or after 1,000, once the label's created. So 1,000 items. 1,000 items. Yeah, not $1,000, because you have think of it like this: if somebody got on and sold one item that was worth $1,000, then it would be like, oh, listen, you know, really what the dynamic there is to make sure that the seller is understanding the platform, it is knowledgeable, it's an honorable seller, a trusted seller. So they want to make sure that they're kind of weeding out the bad eggs. So it's 1,000 items. 1,000 items. Listen, you can do it really quick. Again, the dynamic is to keep the platform safe, and not make the availability for people to just jump on here and sell a bunch of stuff and run off. You know what I'm saying? So I like the dynamic. I like the trust and safety part of that. Keeps us all kind of safe. Yeah, you see a lot of that too. You do see a lot of that. All right. So, but absolutely, I don't know why. If you jump on this app, it is so fast. I think I sold 1,000 items within 2 months. So it's not like it's a big hard thing to do. Okay, so what will happen? And I have two accounts on this platform: Disabled Vet and 405. Okay, two accounts I use. You can only have one seller account unless it's under certain circumstances where there's an LLC or an S corp, C corp set up. Those are very. But again, you're only allowed to have one seller account. And I think you can have 4 or 5 buyer accounts. So I have one seller account, which is Disabled Vet, and then I have a 405 account that I never actually use really. So all you'll do, okay, let me switch this around real quick, is if you want to go watch this, okay, you'll go to activity, okay. These are all items I bought, so it's okay for me to show you this. You know what I'm saying? You'll click on the item that you want to watch the video. My address might be in here. I don't care. Okay, then you'll go to video receipt. It'll pop up right at the item I bought. Okay, so I bought that. But you can watch the entire show. Okay. Again, this is my account. This is items I purchased. And so, again, you can go through there and look at everything you've bought on the app. Listen, I love this stuff. This new Brook, look at some of the stuff. It was really cool the other day. What was I buying? I'm always losing flashlights and headlamps. I think I bought like 30 or 40 of these lights. I think they were like $10 or something. Sorry. So again, that's how you do that for that whoever asked that. How many items do you do a show? This morning I did 200. Okay. That is kind of a low number for me. Again, I've done shows that are 18 and a half hours long. I've done 13-hour shows, 12-hour shows, 14-hour shows. I've now kind of weeded myself down to doing like 8 or 9 hour shows. So whatever I can do in that. I think it's very, very important that you have 50 items. I think that would be my number. If you're looking to, 50 items, a 2-hour show is what I would highly suggest. There's 7 things that I recommend in getting people in your show and keeping them in your show. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. I have 40 or 50,000 items. I just run, but for a new seller, 50 items is a good number. I think that, or a 2-hour show is what I would highly suggest. Things that have worked for me on the platform over the last year, again, I've only been on this platform for a year. Okay. We did over $350,000 in sales last year. I was not working every day. I was doing maybe 1 or 2 shows a week. Today, again, why I love this app is I got on this morning. I did a 4-hour show. We did 1,200 to $1,300 in sales really, really fast. Like, where in the world can you do that with not having a doctorate or a doctorate or a master's degree? You know what I'm saying? So worked 4 hours, made 1,200 bucks. About 1,000 of that is profit. Listen, why not? It is easy. All you do is hold in front of the thing and you go. Uh, what your podcast is? Interesting. Listen, I didn't steal it from anybody. I promise you that. I have been teaching why not, what not for a minute. I know that there's probably other people that have thought about it. I'm sorry. I promise you, I don't know you or been to your podcast or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, it's all in the common ground and common help. And so, hello, hello, Dr. Designs. Absolutely. There's somebody on here came in my room the other day and they have the username, and I'm like, that's cool. I like it. Why not? What not? Again, it is an amazing platform, really growing. They started it, and now you see some of the bigger other programs trying to, or other sites trying to do it, but Whatnot's the place to be. You know what I'm saying? The fees are much, much less. And so, the other platforms you're getting charged sometimes up to 30%. And so this platform has made it relatively cost effective, and it has some of the most amazing sellers. Many of us come from those other platforms, and me myself have done it for years. We've owned 3 very large companies. And so, just a little bit of background if you don't know about me. We've owned 3 very large companies. One company pretty much 8 to 12 million pounds of rags yearly. And so I've shipped a ton, right, for years and years and years. Owned a big auction company for the state and federal government, and have done that for a long time. Started having seizures, so I'm not able to do that, or more frequent seizures, so I'm not really able to do those things anymore. Uh, Ran a big business on another platform for years, and so I've shipped and played with those dynamics. This platform is amazing. It is so much easier once you get the hang of it and you really understand it. Really nice beard. You like that? Appreciate that. I like that. So let's show you a couple things how I do my shipping. Some of the biggest sellers on the platform has said, Brock, thank you. You've saved me so much time, so much energy. You've really got the concept down. You've made my life so much easier. And being organized in your shows really matters. Okay, having all the right tools. Yeah, yeah. So it always it's weird. Okay. I love it and I hate it at the same time. I love it and I hate it. It says it went through, by the way. I don't know if you know that or not, but it says it went through. There's not a hold or anything. But what happens is I love it and you hate it at the same time because of so much fraud and stuff like that in the world. I think it's important that you know they're making sure that you're actually doing the transaction. So, how do I get a following? So I think it's very important that you're active on the platform. This is very community based. It is very important that you be yourself. That you come in and you don't just go over and sit in the corner. I think that you get active in other rooms, that you become an active seller and a buyer, and you organically grow. Okay. Organically meaning that people actually find you, they've entered your room and they're actually buying things. Don't go into big sellers and pay them this astronomical amount of money to get a call out. Does you no good. Okay. Once you become known as a buyer, I'm known as a buyer and a seller. So again, go in, introduce yourself, be active, um, be nice, be kind, and from that you will make friends. Again, I surround myself with amazing people, having amazing mods, having amazing friends. Those are all really great things to get involved in. Um, Talking a lot in the chat, absolutely. Just making friends. We're all growing together. Most of us came together at about the same time, made friends, and have grown over the year with one another. And so it's amazing. How do I thank mods? Do you pay them or gift them stuff? So with my mods, I send them all Christmas presents. Understanding being a mod for somebody is a it's it's good for you too, because if somebody has a following and you're in modding for them and you're helping them, you're learning their customer base, you're learning what's hot on the market. Okay. People are learning about you. They're following you because they said, hey, listen, Disabled Vet, I'm a mod for them. And so I like you. I like what you have. Just that interaction. And so with mods, what I do is we are friends behind the scenes, but send them a Christmas presents, sending them extra things. I do that all the time. I don't know if paying mods is. I don't know if you're supposed to do that. You can say, hey, listen, all my tips go to my mods if you want to do that, but I don't think the legality behind paying mods is something you can technically do on the platform. Not sure. Again, if you do it behind the scenes or behind the doors, that's your deal. So I think there's a lot of great YouTube videos. Okay. Bunny is one of them. There's a lot of information out there. Be careful of the information you listen to. I think it's very important that you go in and figure out who you trust. It's not really hard, but go watch videos. Bunny, I think she is in my, hold on real quick. She's amazing. I don't need to recreate the wheel. And so let me see if I got her here. I'll plug her in here. I will tell you she's trusted. She is somebody that even Whatnot loves. Saving money feels right. Just like when things are packed. I'll plug her in real quick. Go watch some of her videos, or D's. D's on here. They are kind of OGs. Again, one size does not fit all, and so I would say this: when you're creating those shipping profiles, you understand what you're telling Whatnot to do. That is the most important thing. Okay. So, seven things. I'm glad you brought that up. Seven things that will help you on the platform. A lot of people say, "Hey, listen, I can't get people to come into my show. Okay, I can't get people to stay." Listen, I can help you get people into your show. It's up to you to get them to stay. Okay. The old motto, listen, we can lead a horse to water, but I can't make them drink, right? So, seven things. If you have pen and paper, take these down real quick. I'll give you just a second to find a pen and paper. As a seller, there are some tactics that have worked for me. They are not proven, nor will Whatnot technically say they work. Two of them we know for sure work because they are paid options. So, seven things that I teach that will help you get people into your show. Okay. If you're ready. Okay. So the two things that you can do are paid promotions. Off to the right hand side, you'll see a little thing that says promote. There are two different options there. One is for 15 minutes, and the other one is you can set it for an hour up to the duration of the entire cell or entire show. And I'll flip it around real quick and I'll show you. And these things are all based on who's on, how many people have paid, you know. So we go in here, we're going to go to my show. Okay. Off to the side, you'll see the promote button. Okay. 15 minutes. I can boost my show for 15 minutes. It's going to tell me how much. Okay. It's going to tell me how many impressions across the platform it's going to throw me in. Okay. Now I can take this down and I can say, listen, I can't afford this right now. I can only afford 25. Your impressions go down. Once you bid, you're going to spend $25. Okay. Now, this option, if you do this, you do not do this at the beginning of your show. So many people get caught up in that. You want to run this 15-minute promotion when you're done talking, introducing yourself, and you're fixing to run your good stuff. Okay. You want to get people in your show. So many people will bid and they will do this at the beginning of their show. You've just wasted your money. Okay. If you're a new seller and you're like, listen, I can't really afford to promote, I only have so much for my budget, or I've set this up for advertising, you can promote your full show. Okay. As they say, suggested. Now, watch this. Now, if I promoted my entire show, it's $38 an hour. Boy, if you did 10 hours, you do the math. Okay. You can go up here and set duration, toggle that off, and you can set it for 1 hour. Okay. 2 hours, 3 hours, however long you want to do it. Again, do not do this until you're ready to run your good stuff. Push apply. Now it's going to charge me $38 for 1 hour of my time tonight. Okay. Those are two paid options. Okay. Two paid options that you can do. The other five are coming right now. These are all free. This is all free information. One, if you can become a premier seller. So in that hour, what happens is it throws impressions out across the platform. Okay. It's like kind of like Google AdWords, if you know what Google AdWords is. And so anybody that's in that category or looking, it will throw those impressions out to them for them to click. Okay. So you're paying for them to promote you, to put you up on a billboard, throw you up front in the line. You know, it's throwing impressions all over its platform. And it gives you an estimated number as how many impressions. Okay. Um, the other five, these are all free. Okay. All free. The two are great. They are definitely for sure going to put impressions out there. And these are based on my thoughts and my opinions. Okay. One of them is becoming a premier seller. If you can meet those requirements of becoming a premier seller, which is like $50,000 over 3 months, a lot of you are going like, that's crazy. Listen, there are people that do that in 3 or 4 hours on this platform every day. Okay. It is reachable. I will tell you that it is really kind of easy once you get going. Um, Becoming a premier seller, what happens is once you jump on Whatnot, and I'll show you real quick. Get me on Whatnot. What will happen is when you come to Whatnot's site, I'll switch you around. Okay. You will see as I scroll down, which I'm number one spot right now. Okay. There is a like a big advertising gray thing. If you're a premier seller, okay, it's going to throw you in there, which Michelle's awesome too. She'll probably raid me in just a second. Okay. Um, so you become a premier seller and it says, hey, listen, you're what, third bracket down? Okay. What's the next bracket say? Momentum. What does the word momentum mean to you? moving forward, right? You're going forward, momentum. So, momentum is this: you're selling things. Whatnot says, hey, listen, this person's selling things, it's going to start throwing people in your room. They want to make that commission, right? If you're actually selling things and you're moving, they want to throw people in there. Okay. So, selling things, you got one, two, three, becoming a premier seller, momentum. There's going to be several different things here under momentum. One is selling things, two, chatting in the chat, three, people tapping the screen. If you'll tap my screen right now, you'll see a little heart. Okay. That's activity in my room. Okay. I can't tap my own thing. Um, Having over a 2 hour show, you will start seeing a lot more people being thrown into your room. Okay. How many did I cover there? Four, five, six. There's probably another one. One, two, three, four, five, six. I might have covered all of them. Um, some other tactics I will tell new sellers is to run late at night or early in the morning. Yeah, you gain the yellow wings. Absolutely. What exactly happens in that hour? So again, Kim, what they're doing is they're throwing out your show. Okay, they're throwing it out all across the platform. So if you're in vintage jewelry and you buy that hour, or you buy that 15 minutes, or you buy that duration of that show, anytime I go, anybody that goes into vintage antique jewelry or whatever category you're in, you're going to show up. You know what I'm saying? It's going to move you closer, depending on how many people have bought that and how much they've spent. Again, the more you spend, the more impressions. You know what I'm saying? You're buying that advertising sign to say, hey, listen, instead of 2 minutes, I want an hour. You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to throw out more impressions out there. Um, you gain your yellow wings. That's premier seller. That is, again, amazing. More than 120 minutes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Blaze and Bunny has amazing, amazing, informative kindergarten help things on YouTube. I absolutely love it. I understood it, and I will tell you that she is trusted by the platform in many different ways. And so, I would definitely take her advice over most of the other folks. Dee's amazing too. Again, understand like me and Blaze and Bunny are two different types of sellers. She is selling bulk, heavy items. I'm selling, again, a lot of flat rate boxes, a lot of ground, a lot of priority boxes. I'm selling mainly smaller items under 16 ounces. You might buy 5, 10 items from me and I'm able to get it in under a pound. So, two different dynamics when setting up those shipping profiles. I figure that pricing the categories, uh, yeah, okay. What do you mean? I figure that picking the categories also helps. So yeah, again, before I ever start a show, and what she's saying is, so I'm selling jewelry tonight, right? Or this morning. When I went in to look, if I have a piece of sterling or I have a piece of costume, maybe most of my show is new stuff and there's only 400 people in that contemporary category versus there's 1,000 in the vintage or 2,000 in the sterling silver. As long as I have something in my show that meets that category, that qualification, I can make that my category, right? You guys understand what I'm saying? And so as I go in here, let's go look real quick. I might be able to do it on this one real quick. I'll show you real quick what I'm talking about. So as long as you meet and have items in that category, you can list in it. Okay. So let's minimize this. Let's go home. Okay. Let's go categories. Okay. All I did was click on categories. So what I'm talking about is maybe I sell in jewelry, right? It's going to show you all the categories. Right now, there's 7.7 thousand viewers in just jewelry right now. That's a lot of folks. So let's say, see where it says contemporary. So this morning, most of my show was contemporary, but look how many people are in vintage and antique. So as long as I had vintage or antique items in my show, I can use that as my category. Okay. A lot more people swiping and looking in that vintage antique versus contemporary. You get what I'm saying? So I would have probably, and I did, I used vintage and antique jewelry this morning versus contemporary. A lot more people in that category. And so as they're swiping, maybe they don't like this show and they're trying to find another show, they would have found me, right? Absolutely. Again, as long as you are actually have some of those items, it is it's okay to do that. And it's smart to do that, right? You want to be on the busy road. Now listen, I have not ate my dinner tonight, so you guys, I'm sorry. I might turn the camera around and show you some things. What do you mean just use jewelry? You can't. So that's just a main category, and then you have to select a subcategory. Okay. You click on jewelry, and then it's going to give you a subcategory, and you have to choose one of those subcategories. Never. But Chick-fil-A is sitting here staring at me. Brooch Babe's in the house. Brooch Babe is in the house. If you don't follow her, she's amazing. All right, let's show you how I ship real quick. Okay. On the platform, and we'll come back to this, is you can create a numeric system. Okay. So when you go in there to create your temporary listing, it will say how many items. And I'll show you real quick. We'll turn you around and then I'll show you how I ship things. So when I come in here, this is my show right now. Okay. You'll simply go to auction. You go to add. Over here, you'll see a little thing that says temporary. I click on temporary, temporary again. I'm going to select my category. This is what we were just talking about. So again, you're going to click on jewelry. See how that subcategory came up? So we would go vintage jewelry. Again, that had the most people in it. Okay. Description, name, keep these titles and stuff remotely short. Okay. This is what's going to be shown up on your computer. So normally I just put item shown. Okay. Descriptions, I normally just put no cancels, no refunds. Okay. Starting price, depending on what you want to start it at. Again, I only create one profile. The reason being is because of my shipping. Understanding that all of this information right here can be adjusted or changed before I ever push start. Okay. This is how I do this. This is very important part that most people miss. Quantity 1000. Do not toggle this on. Okay. Condition, pre-owned, excellent. Whatever it is you want to choose. Okay. Understand that you can select. These are all my shipping profiles I've created for myself. Okay. These are not automatic. These are the profiles I have created for myself. I always ship flat cost, meaning that my buyers will only pay $4 in shipping no matter how many items they buy. Okay, that might not be an option for you if you're a new seller yet. And so set you up some under 1 pound, 1 pound, 2 pound, 3 pound, whatever. Have a picture. This is going to be the picture that shows up. We'll use the disabled picture, disabled vet picture, and we'll push confirm. Okay. Over here to the left, you will see under auction, I just created this. Okay. Understand, I don't create a bunch of them over here. I create one. And I'll show you in just a second why. So under this is the one I just set up, right? I can edit that before I ever start it. So maybe the item is heavier now and I want to make it 10 pounds. Okay. That is an option for me. Or I want the starting price to be at $10 instead of $1. Okay. Again, I'm not going to change anything. We're going to run this real quick. So you just come back over here to product actions. You'll go back over here and you'll push start. This is where you get the option of changing the time. So we'll do 15 seconds with 2-second increments. Sudden death is also an option. The difference between these two things is this: if you turn this on, after 15 seconds, it's done. Okay. If you don't turn that on, what will happen is this will run for 15 seconds, and you guys, most of you know, and it will go in 5-second added to each bid. So if you're sitting here at, why it did that, I don't know. Hold on. Okay. If you tell it to run for 15 seconds and then every time somebody bids, it adds 2 seconds, that's what I'm telling it to do. Okay. Sudden death is after 15 seconds, it's done. Okay. That's been created. You can see it running down here. Item shown, number 1. Okay. What happens is if this item sells, it automatically will assign the next number, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, on and on and on. Every time I go up here to push start, as long as the item's sold, it's going to go in numeric order. Okay. It's going to assign number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, etc., etc. So when I sell something, what happens is I don't put anybody's name on it. You have to remember this: as you grow and get bigger, do you know how hard it is going to be if you have 100 different buyers to separate them by name? You're not going to ever do it. It's going to take so much time behind the scenes and keeping that all separated that it's going to be a nightmare. Okay. What I do is after something sells, again, I don't individually wrap nothing. I don't have to buy bubble wrap. I don't have to buy any of that craziness. I hate bubble wrap. When you send me something and it takes me 20 minutes to get it out of the package, or I'm having to cut and use scissors and I cut into it or break it, you know what I'm saying? All I do is this: you bought it. Let me get some envelopes here. Off to my right hand side, I normally have a whole thing of these. You know what I'm saying? You buy it. Okay. These already are wrapped. They already have bubbles in them. Okay. So if you bought this from me and this was lot number 1, I drop it in there. It's sealed, right? So it's exactly how I sold it to you. Okay. You don't have any stickers. I don't need none of that. Stickers cost money. Item number 1 just sold. Okay. When I go to ship it, I use 2 different size boxes. Again, I'm under 16 ounces normally. So, a lot of people will come in and maybe buy 40 or 30 items. And of course, priority or flat rate is going to be my best option. But for most of my sales, I use an 864 or 642. Okay. All I do then, okay, is this is number 1, right? I come over to a little chair next to me where I have it all organized in numeric order. So if item number 1 would have sold, I put it right there. Then number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. When I go to ship, it's going to tell me Jennifer bought number 1, 10, 9, whatever, right? I'm able to go pull those and it's in numeric order. So fast, so quick. So this is how organized I am. As I fill one of these little boxes, I just move it off to the side. Again, this is 200 items sold today. I will ship this all within 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Okay. Use these big postal bags. You can get these from USPS. Okay. They have all these little container things, which those only hold so much, but you can get these big old waterproof bags from them for free. And then I just put all my postage in there, like Santa Claus, and drop it off at them, or my postman actually picks mine up. But this is the easiest way of doing this, especially with small things. Just going in numeric order. Okay. switch you back around. Okay, everybody understand how I did that? Any questions? No stickers, just a simple marker. These cost, I mean, by the time you buy bubble wrap and all that other stuff, this is much cheaper. Okay, a lot faster. Your time has value. Rustic Rose, there's several other big sellers that have changed over to it because this is what happens. Okay, by putting it in this envelope, watch what happens. I've just created a protective barrier for it. That's like bubble wrapping it. You know what I'm saying? By doing that right there, okay, you know when you get it, what item number it is, what's in the package. You know that it comes directly. It's not sitting over banging with other merchandise. You know what I'm saying? You're getting exactly how you bought it. I've just created that barrier and that protection. Okay, simple, easy. No, I wasn't a librarian. It's just the fastest way of doing it for me. So not really. I'm very, very careful. Again, it's going in a bubble wrap thing, right? It's going in a bubble wrap thing. I don't ship it in this envelope. I then will take whatever orders you've bought and I will put them in a double wall box. Okay. Either a 642 or an 864. So I don't ship it like this. I will then take it. Let me see if I have any tape here. I do have tape here. Give me 1 second. I'm normally a lot better at that. Okay. I'll take it, I'll wrap it, and they might have 4 or 5 items on it. Okay. Just depending on how many items they bought. Okay. Look what I've just done. You could throw this thing. Okay. Main thing is when you're packing that there's no space in there for it to be moving. Okay. So if you got to go to Lowe's or you got to go to Home Depot and go to the painter's paper and get some of that and just put a little bit of that in there. Yeah, I get so much stuff. Like, again, if there's any room in there, you want to make sure you don't need to get expensive and go buy this stuff. Go buy some painter's paper. Super easy. Again, a lot of people say, hey, the double wall boxes are so much heavier. They're not. It's just how they were made. It's a lot sturdier box. Okay. Again, it's a great impression too, is when you get my items, you get an item that's in a new, clean looking box. You're investing, you're investing 20 or 30 cents per customer. Listen, at the end of the day, it saves me time. It has great value. I can't ever refer you off the website. Okay, so everything I use is in my Buy It Now. Everything from the separators to the envelopes, to the labels, to the printers, to the magnifying tape. They are in there right now. I will tell you they're made by Supply Hut. The manufacturer of those are Supply Huts. Everything I use is in there. You also have, if you're sending cards, a lot of people send actual like cards and stuff. These are great. These are um, ding defends. Okay. And so they will go through an actual meter. Just simply put your card in there, close it up. Okay. Those are great for if you're sending single cards or stickers or a magnet, something that, you don't want to send it just a normal envelope. You don't need to. Lucky, you really don't need to. Did you see the thing? Listen, if you're let's go in here and look. Again, I'll be real careful with I wonder did Second Chance buy something from me? Hold on. As long as I have their permission, if they bought something from me and I have their permission, I can show their address. So let me see here. Again, somebody turned me in last week for something stupid. So for accidentally showing a little bit of an address. So I've got to be real careful on that. Let me see here. Let me see who bought stuff from me. Let me find one. Um Second Life, is she in here? Second Life, are you in here? Yes. Hey, is it all right that item I you bought today if I show again, no worries if you say no. You just red chat me. Okay. So whatnot. This person is in my chat. She has said it's okay for me to show her purchase, and if I accidentally show her address, it's okay. Right? Second, Kristen. Again, no worries. She bought something from me today. Actually, she bought 7 items from me today, and she is said in the chat is absolutely all right. Okay, so let me go show you real quick. Let me block out some of this other stuff. Thank you, whoever reported me, for making my life so much fun sometimes. Okay, that one's blocked. And we will block the top here. All right. All right. So I'm going to turn you around real quick. Again, she has agreed. This is Second Life Treasured in the chat. So she bought something from me today. Okay. All I did was go up to, you'll go here, click on your name, click out of that real quick. Click on your name. Okay. You'll go to shipments. Okay. You get to choose the show. Bring this down just a little bit. We're going to choose that's today's show. We'll click on uh, we'll click on this show, and then I'm going to go find her real quick. Nope. Go find her real quick. Hold on. Okay. Here she is. She bought this. Okay. So she bought 7 items from me, as you can see. Okay. You can click anywhere in the gray area. Okay. Click anywhere in the gray area. It will show you what she bought. Okay. Shows you all her information. Again, she has agreed to allow me to show this for example purposes. So, what you'll do is you can go to edit shipping details. And under the editing, when you edit this as a larger seller, understand that you can play with all this and see what your best option is. Okay. So, for me, okay. Now realize her items, I told it only weighed 7 ounces. Okay. Now watch what happens. I'm going to change it to 15 ounces. Again, you can do signature delivery. You can do hazardous materials. Again, if you're sending lithium batteries or something that's under USPS, under hazardous materials, you need to make sure you click that on. You can add insurance to this. So if this is somebody that has bought something over $100 that's not already insured, again, anything up to $100 is insured. Over $100, you might consider buying insurance. So right here, it says She spent $4 and I spent 86 cents. Okay. Watch what happens though. I'm going to save changes. Look at the adjustment. There is no adjustment. I don't owe any extra money. Okay. No extra money. Again, it's at 15 ounces. Okay. With heavier items, take that off now. Hopefully it comes right off. Thank you for whoever reported me last week and having to take those precautions. You guys are amazing. I understand why. Again, whatnot, according to your message, your email, as long as I had permission, it was okay to do that. I appreciate that. So as a heavier shipper, this is what I'd recommend to you. Okay. Up here is for smaller sellers, down here is kind of for bigger items. Understand that you can change all this when you go to create that label. Take a screenshot of that. Again, it's not a one size fits all. Make sure that you click on this to apply to all your shows. Okay. When you go to push save, free information right there. Again, these will be available for anybody around the 24th. Okay. Okay. So make sure that you understand that. Uh, Open show. With bundling. Understand that you can you can unbundle, right? You understand that. You can unbundle. Does it fit in a large flat rate box? You know, charge that 921 and you'll just have to do it per piece, right? We will have those. It's supposed to be around the 24th, just so you know. Listen, I got to take another bite here. Mm-mm. On that 12, 12, 12 question, when you set up first class mail, make sure you toggle that on when you're setting up those profiles. And then you must list it under either stickers or single card. Okay. And you have to do it before your show. You can't add it if you're doing a live show. You have to create the item and do it prior to your show. You must be under the category of one piece card and or sticker in order to create that first class mail. Okay. Is that under my products QR code? Let me see. It is. Let me add that. Here you go. First class giveaway shipping. And you must choose 0 to 1 ounces. Okay. Is that what your question was? So here, I'll pin it for you real quick. And I think it should be posting to YouTube now too, just so you know. We'll see. So I'll pin it for you real quick. There you go. My let me open my YouTube and see how this is going. Again, I've never done a thing to YouTube. I've set the account up. So we'll see what's happening on the flip side of here. So my account is disabled vet whatnot on YouTube. Okay. Disabled vet whatnot. Again, I'm not trying to sell anything on that platform. That is just to put these shows on there, and so people can rewatch them. Oh, I'm on there. This is cool. Interesting. My first show on Whatnot. You guys get to be part of it. Interesting. My first show on Whatnot. You got cool. Close. What do we got going on here? Anyone in here? Cool. I am streaming live on YouTube tonight. How fun. Yeah. Listen, I'm new to this whole YouTube thing. You guys go follow the YouTube. Also, a thing to think about is becoming a seller on the platform. Invite your friends, invite your family. If you know somebody that wants to sell, listen, you can make money. So if you use my referral code or they use yours, they get $150 minimum requirements, and then Whatnot will send you $100. And so I've made hundreds of dollars on the platform by referrals, and so it's a great thing, to be thinking about that. New buyers, a lot of people don't know about Whatnot, and so every time you refer somebody, they get what, $15, and you get $5. Last week had 123 referrals, so that's an amazing thing that Whatnot has set up for you guys. It is. Listen, I forget what I have to go look. It's disabled vet whatnot spelled out. Disabled vet whatnot. Yeah, absolutely. So that is what the rewatch is for a buck. That's what that rewatch is for. Is it costs $1, but now I've created that YouTube where you can go back and rewatch these shows. Again, Whatnot does this as well. They have their own YouTube, and so they're posting on there. And so, but now you can jump over to that YouTube channel and you can watch all of my shows. You know what I'm saying? For free if you want to, or you can get on here and buy something or buy that rewatch, and it'll go towards your account type thing. So kind of neat. I like that. I'm gonna have to keep an eye over here for trolls though. Now I've got two apps to watch. Hi, how are you? Vermont, I see you. Welcome in. You bought the rewatch, so go in under your activity and you'll be able to see it under your activity. You'll see a video and you just watch that video, right? Anybody interested in co-hosting tonight? We want to learn about you. Again, as you come in here, let me switch you around real quick. This is my account. This is my account. You can go to activity. Okay. These are all items I've bought. So you'll just click on the item you bought. You'll see that rewatch. You'll click on it. You'll scroll down the video receipt. Click on video receipt and you'll see the actual item I bought. Okay. But in doing this is you get the entire show. Okay. I can watch that entire show when I buy something. right? Good get. It was a really nice Victorian hat pin. I liked it. So I so this is what I've kind of I've learned is the first few items in people's shows you can get really cheap. And then once people start joining, like I only was able to buy two items, and then it was like crazy. I couldn't afford anything else, right? Or I couldn't make money, I should say, off anything else. So moved on. Were you in there? You might have been in there. I see you every now and then. Every Wednesday, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. And I'm on here for hours. The longest seller help show I think I did was 8 hours long. I don't plan on being on here that long tonight. Also, I use my phone and a computer. Okay. Maybe you want to use a tablet. Maybe you want to use another phone. The computer really is big and easy for me to see, and it's kind of the brains of the operation. Again, I'm a one man person. This is one man thing here, just me. My wife will come in and help me every now and then as far as getting me some new envelopes or rearranging me behind here, but I do this all by myself. 18 hours. Yeah, I probably will never do that again. I have no desire to beat that goal. I have no desire. You'll see people on here all the time saying, listen, I did a 24-hour show. Well, half the time you're taking a shower or a nap, or listen, 18 and a half hours straight of selling, one potty break and one eat break. I have no desire to beat you, Christy. I have no desire to beat your 23 hours. And she sold the entire time too. That's not who I'm talking about. The entire night. Exactly. I do. Yeah, absolutely. So what happens is my phone is normally the device I'm using to capture the images. You know what I'm saying? And then off to the right, I have my computer. Okay. And it's showing me the chat. If anything red comes up, it's showing me all my details. Okay. How long I've been on. It's just a much larger screen for me. So that's why I like it. Okay. I'm able to start everything and do everything from right here. Giveaways, buy it now, sold. You guys want me to create y'all a giveaway? Who wants to win something? Anybody want to win something? I was nominated last year as one of the best giveaway people. I don't know why, but I was. Let's create you guys a giveaway real quick. We'll go through that. We'll do it live. So anybody that doesn't understand, up here you have options. Okay. Offers, auction, giveaway, buy it now, sold, and tips. Okay. Buy it now. These are all your quality listings that you've created. Okay. These will not automatically show up here. You have to go up here, click on this, go to inventory. Okay. This is going to show you all those quality listings you've created. Okay. Scroll all the way down if you have more than 50. So show 100. Okay. What you'll do is you will go, hey, listen, I want to throw all these in. Now, listen, I've already put these all in my shows. They will not duplicate. It recognizes that I've already put them in there. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to add show. It will say, hey, which show do you want to put it in? Well, let's just go ahead and put it in all of them. Okay. You'll see it where it says adding. Okay. What I've just told it to do is to put it in all my shows. Ever get lost? Go back up there to the right. Okay. Realize that it's set into, once you become a seller, it's set into selling and buying. Okay. Okay. Go in there and mess with this. When you become a seller, definitely want to go in and do the rehearsal mode. Okay. Go through all those little prompts and play with it. So again, I'm going to go to shows. It says, hey, listen, this is the current live one, upcoming past shows. We're just going to go ahead and open this current show. turn that sound back off. But what happens is now I've thrown all those items into my show. They will not automatically appear. Okay. Giveaways. Let's create a giveaway real quick. Click on giveaways, go down there to add. We'll go to temporary category. I'm gonna give you guys some jewelry. Jewelry. I don't know, probably contemporary. We'll see. Item name. I normally put follow me. I think this is very important on this app to utilize that giveaway process to capture the audience and capture anybody that's in your room. Now, again, some of you say, hey, listen, I'm going to do buyer appreciations or I'm going to make you buy something. That's not me. I want to capture anybody that has found my store. You know what I'm saying? And normally I'll just put free item. Okay. Quantity. You don't have to use all these. So you could put in 100 and I might only do one. It doesn't care. Okay. So, but you also want to make sure that you give yourself enough of them. Okay. So I normally just put in like 50. I won't use 50 tonight. Again, back to my shipping thing. I'm telling it, hey, listen, I'm going to pay for the shipping. Follower giveaway. What I've just done there in that shipping process is I've told it, hey, listen, I'm picking up the shipping. Okay. Then you'll push confirm. Over to the left-hand side, you will see where it starts counting all these. You can simply click on auction and normally click back, and it will put it back up to number one, right? We're starting one right now for you. Yeah, doing great. Yeah, so for that, that setting tells whatnot. Again, on giveaways, it's a little bit different than the actual auction stages. And so for a giveaway, it's telling them, hey, listen, um, this is that is not flat rate. That is going to be a package that weighs 1 ounce. Okay. But I know that when I go to ship that I can edit that to whatever weight I put in that box. As long as it's under 16 ounces, it's not going to charge me anymore. Okay. On that giveaway. Just for that giveaway. Okay. You understand that I've told Whatnot that shipping profile is set up as a 1 ounce package, 12 by 12 by 12. When I actually go to ship that box, I will edit that and I try to be accurate in my weights. Again, you don't need to be crazy and stuff. You will hear a lot of people tell you, hey, listen, just ship it. Facebook, there's a lot of groups, and I'm seeing the post office crack down on people that are telling you that. Okay. So be very, very careful. I try to be accurate in my shipments, so I will edit it to be 10 ounces. It's not going to upcharge me. Okay. 642 or an 864 box. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime you have any questions, concerns, just holler at me. Hi, Big Chunky. How are you? Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, thank you for using my buyer code. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate you. Again, I don't care if you use my name. You have a friend or a relative, somebody that you just love. I just want people to understand that it's there and available. And I missed out on that opportunity and missed out on that money and I didn't know. And so absolutely. Are you ready? Are you ready? Listen, I love doing this. If you have any questions, yeah, come on in. Okay. Gotcha. Um, Make sure you post it in the chat. There are amazing people in here helping out right now. That good, Lady K. Somebody asked about you, Lady K. Um, so I think that as a new seller, a lot of people feel as though you don't want to come on too strong. Okay. Just have simple conversations, make it easy. Don't ever make anybody feel like they have to buy something from you. I think that you try to relate to something, talk about yourself, talk about what's going on, stay away from politics and religion. But try to be easy, try to be really, really, just friendly. I think that a lot of times I will enter into rooms and I feel like I need or I have to buy something, and then it's like I gotta go. I don't like that feeling. So I think it's very important that just be easy. Your first few shows, just try to get through it, talk, have fun, find things that some good tunes, comfortable chair, just have fun. You know what I'm saying? Talk about your kids. Listen, I don't have things to talk about. I start talking about my kids because I can talk about my kids and some of the crazy stuff they do and think and you know but maybe an animal, maybe you got goats or chickens. There's all kinds of really a lot of things that people relate to, and so I think that's be relatable. Who am I ignoring? Hi Lisa, how are you? I'm not ignoring you. Okay, so I try to be accurate. I still try to be accurate. You will see a lot of give me one second. You'll see a lot of people saying, "Hey, listen, it doesn't matter. Just ship it. Even if you put 1 ounce and it's 15 ounces, just ship it." I like to be accurate because what if that package comes up missing? I want the postal service looking for an 864 or 642 box versus a 12 12 12, right? And so I still try to be accurate. It doesn't take but a whole 3 seconds to change it, right? I have a little scale here. And I see a lot of people complaining, like, listen, you're being taught, hey, listen, if it's under 16 ounces, just ship it. Uh, the postal service, you might have some guy in the back office that's like, listen, this says it's 1 ounces, but it's 10 ounces and 12 ounces. So I just try to be accurate. I think that's the best way of doing things. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So I know. Yeah, yeah, I'm so easy. You know that, Lisa. I'm easy. I miss a lot, so you guys mess with me because I miss a lot. So if you would like to be co-hosted, I'd love for you to be on the platform tonight. I'd love to co-host you. This is the agreement. This is a community show, and so we have all different ages. We have all different types of people. You might have somebody sitting on a church pew tonight. You might have somebody at a rock concert. It's a very neutral community show. As you can tell, I don't do a lot of cussing, or I don't really go on a left side or right side. We just want to make sure that this is a community show open to everyone, and we are trying to help no matter who you are or what's going on. So if I co-host you, you agree to keep it somewhat professional. You agree to keep the language down, no profanity, please, and show us around. I'll ask you simple questions, and if you agree to those terms, just simply put yes in the chat for whatnot, and we will co-host you. Thank you so much. Here we go. Momo is barking, so you might have to invite the co-host. What we'll do is we'll send you an invite, and you guys will get to meet somebody on the platform. This is your opportunity to share who you are, what you got going on, and you can swap her. She's much prettier than I am, so you can just go over to the right hand side and you can put swap, and there you go. Can you hear me?
I can. I'm
Now, let me.
nervous.
Why are you nervous?
I don't like to be on camera. I don't think I'm as pretty as you think I am. I'm not very confident.
Listen, you're beautiful. Are you on an Android phone or an Apple phone? Out of curiosity.
Android.
That's good because there was an issue. and doing some of this co-hosting with Android phones, and so they have figured that out. That's great to know. So tell me who you are, what you got going on, what you sell. Uh-oh, she kicked me off. Listen, we scared her. Where did you go? It's all right. Invite to co-host. We'll invite her back. Here we go.
I swiped thinking I can move the all the, what do you call those things? All the notes so I can see,
You
and
can't
I
move
guess
the notes. The notes stay there.
okay. All right. What do you want to ask me?
So tell me all about yourself, what you're selling, how long you've been on the platform, um, any questions you have.
Okay. So I'll start with I came on Whatnot and I saw you. It was Wednesday and I saw you talking and I thought you were a nice person. And then Rusty Rose,
Rustic
um
Rose.
the happy jewelry lady.
Yes.
Such a sweet lady. So I saw her co-host with you, and I thought it was just awesome. So I was like, you know what? I think I can do that. So it was because of you, and then you sent me the link, and I kept on going on your show. You said, "Do your homework. Do your homework." I'm like, "How much
Absolutely.
homework do I have to do?" But I didn't know I had to do a lot of homework because I wasn't prepared. I
Right.
cried. I actually cried on my first show
Oh,
when I got my first sale. I remember her name was Iris. I mean, that's not her real name, but and I
I
said,
know who
"Oh
she
my
is.
goodness." I said, "Iris, you're my first one." And I mean, they couldn't see me because I had to flip. I had it like that. They couldn't see only this part.
Right?
And so I was choked up. Okay, let me backtrack. I didn't know how to flip the phone in the beginning. So in the first 5 minutes, it was like dead silence and there was people there. But I remember, I think you said for me to make a video or something. So I made a video and, people did show up. I think I had maybe about, I don't know, maybe 15 people. I had um 14 different sellers that I sold to. I did 101 live, and then I did one. You said for me to put on my shop, and so they
Right?
can buy it now. I did that, and I sold one of those things. I started at $3, and they bid it. I did a lot of mistakes, but I kept on asking. I kept on saying, "I'm new. Can you guys help me?" So they did help me, which was good.
The community
I
is
was
amazing. It is our category, I think, is above and beyond most categories. We are very easy and laid back and very helpful of one another. And again, I don't know about all the other ones, but just some of the people that I know that are big sellers on the platform, they're all very helpful, very generous. And so,
yes.
but you're beautiful. So turn that camera around every now and then. And let people know. Like, I think that it
Maybe
makes
my
a
10th
connection.
show.
People like the connection. Again, you don't have to do it your entire show, but every now and then, I like to say, hey, listen, thank you, appreciate you. Star 988 Suicide Prevention Hotline, serve with a purpose and really just have fun and, enjoy your time. Uh, you know, it is a lot of fun learning, and that's what you want to take from this is you're going to screw up, you're going to make mistakes, but it's what you learn from it, right? It's how you this time I'm not doing that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you mainly sell jewelry? Is that what you're gonna be
Yeah.
selling? Okay.
So a little bit about myself. I am a military wife and a military mom. I oh goodness, I can talk forever. Um, my husband has been deployed at many times, and I'm just a military wife. I mean, I can't. If you know, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Well,
can't. I don't know how to explain that.
thank you
And
to your husband. I can explain it for you real quick. Is that when you're a military member, The other half is left with everything else, right? You get to pay all the bills. You get to make sure the kids are up. You get to drive them all back and forth to their sporting events. You pick up the other 99% of things as a
Yes.
spouse. And so it's not just our military members, it's their families that we are so thankful for. I get it. I understand. So
And when
we thank
and when
you.
you guys leave, everything breaks down for some reason.
The car
So,
breaks,
I
the house. Yeah, I get it. Yeah,
what
absolutely.
else can I tell you about myself? I I had double mastectomy. Um, I mean, I'm a Christian. I love God, and if it wasn't for Him, I don't know where I would be at. I mean, that's part of me, so I do have to say that. What else? I think
And so when you're doing these shows, I want you to understand that who's your audience. Okay, it's mostly women. And that is where you will make a connection. Understand that. There's a lot of women that have gone through similar things. And when I say serve with a purpose, that's what I'm talking about. Is that you've gone through it. You understand what the struggle is. You understand how to overcome, not only emotionally, but physically. And so let it be part of your story. Let people know. I think it's very important that we as a community and as a people, we share and we love on one another. And so serve in that way, whether it's breast cancer awareness, whether it's going and getting checked, mammograms, all that stuff. As a woman, serve and serve with a purpose, and it's great to sell things. It's an amazing human dynamic here that we get to be part of. And so with that
yes.
community, have fun and open up and let people know. And you will not, you can't imagine how many people reach out to me because I share my story, and hopefully maybe you save a life or you help somebody
Yes.
early on, right? And they're able to fight that battle. They're able to fight that battle and catch it early and maybe not have to go through everything you did. So, but people will connect, and you women, you guys do a lot in this world. So but that's your audience. Understand who your audience is as a seller. Who is it that's in my shows? Why are they in my shows? It's not like you're over in sports cards or you're not in the sneakers shows. That's a whole different audience. And so as a seller, you need to understand that audience, your buyer, and have that communication with them. It's very, very important, and make those connections and make them real connections. I don't want to just sell you something today and forget about you. You'll get a lot of buyers and you can't remember them all, especially me, but you want a lifetime buyer. You want a lifetime friendship. You don't
Oh,
want them to just,
yes.
right?
I
So,
feel like that because where we live now, it's like obviously I don't have any family members here. My husband, so it's just us by ourselves. So like now I feel like I have friends. I mean, obviously they're not my real friends, but I feel like we're
no, they become
pretty
your
much
real
friends.
friends. No, they will become all my mods in my room, every one of them behind the scenes are like real friends. Like they are some of my best friends. Y-
Awesome. I
You're
can't
talking
wait.
behind the scenes. Yeah. So you will make, again, find your people. Not everybody is going to be your people,
No.
but there are Washington, Georgia, um, Maine, Georgia, or, Oklahoma. These are all people that I've met on this app that I would have never met in real life, and they're some of my best friends now. So,
I can't wait.
circle of life. Yeah, circle of life. I call her second chance all the time, and she gets mad at me. Second life treasured. Um, where are you from? I forget. I didn't say you were from Maine. You're from like one of them Virginia states or something. She's not from Florida either. Call her the second. You're our newest member. We're still getting to know you, Kristen. You're not from Texas either. Well, maybe where you were born. but that's not where you live.
Well, I'm from
So,
California and I'm in North Carolina now.
okay. So what's your goals? So you did your first show. What's your
So,
goals in 3 months? Where would you like to be?
well, in 3 months, I think I started it because a while back I got a big medical bill and I'm like, oh my goodness. So that's gonna give me the the push that I needed. Because I was
Right.
thinking about it before, but I was like, okay, now I have, like fire under me, like I have to do this. And so I was kind of nervous because I was supposed to start on the first, and I was like, oh, I don't know. And then my husband said, honey, just do it. It's not like, I mean, nobody's smarter than you. I mean, everybody starts at number one. So I said,
Right.
it's so true. So that's
Yes.
what, kind of, and like you said, there's so many people out there and they choose you. And I think the reason why I think I chose you, because I did see a lot of people was because when you were talking, it was a Wednesday and you were talking to Rusty Rose, is that her name?
Rustic Rose, yes.
You were talking to her and you were just being like genuine, and the way you were, what you were saying, I was like, wow, I can relate. Like you were saying,
Right.
somebody's going to relate. The things that you were talking about, things that she was talking about and stuff. And, you know, we're not everybody's cup of tea, but we're going to be somebody's cup of tea.
That's right.
And
That's right.
so, I was like, okay. So I kept on coming back to you, coming back to you. I was like, okay, give me that code. You said you're going to give me the code. So I'm glad that you did, and I'm glad that I made the leap. I think after the show, I thought I was like, okay, everything's fine, hunkadory. Then the shipping comes. Oh my goodness, that was some. If I thought the show was hard, the shipping was hard. But
Yeah.
finally, I got my the printer, and I should be, not I don't know everything, but I think I'll learn it as I go. And obviously,
As
listening
you
to you
continue
over and
this,
over.
yeah, as you continue this, right now with what you sold, just a regular printer will work. But as you start climbing on that ladder, you will definitely want a thermal printer. It is cost effective. Ink's expensive. Um, and from what you went through with shipping, I hope that you learn some things. You
I
take
did.
into account, yeah, and understand that you can edit things, you can play with things, um, you know, and just some of the little techniques of how I keep up with things. I hope that you understand that because a lot
Yes.
of people will get in here and they start going, okay, Louis bought this and Julie bought this, and they're like labeling each package. If you get big, there's no way that you're going to be able to go find each one of those people every time. If you have 50 or 100 people in there buying and you're having to look for each pile, it's just not going to work. Okay. And you might have a duplicate name. You might have two Susans or two Marys, right? Just go in numerical order. Okay.
Mhm.
Please, please, please. I mean, it's the simplest and easy way of doing things.
You want to hear something funny? So I told my son, write the number down because I remember you said, write the number down. So he got a dry eraser. By the time all the numbers were erased, and it was, we had, it's something that I'll remember forever. That's for
it's
sure. So we had to
it's
go back.
fun, isn't it?
So we were done. Like, okay, we're done. And then he's like, Mom, we got three left over. I'm like, you know, boxes again.
So were they unpaid
No,
items or were they ones you had actually left out?
no, because we were packing them first. Like we were
Oh, I
putting them in
got you.
boxes first,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
and I had already put the shipping, and we taped them up. Okay, we're like, okay, that one's good, that was good, and I was like, okay, we're done. He's like, Mom, we have three left, and I was like, what number? And I was like, oh my God, we taped that one already. So
So
we'll
when I
get
go to
it.
do shipping, I go in order. So I'll open up that order and it'll tell me, hey, they bought 1, 10, 15, 20. I pack and ship that one right then and there before I go on to the next one. Click on that person, do their shipping. Don't try to all organize it, click on each order and ship that order right then and there. So grab all their packages, put it in there. That way you don't get anything mixed up or out of order. Okay.
I know what I wanted to ask you. One of the things that I had a hard time with, because when I was selling something, I kept on seeing stop, stop, like the stop sign. And I was like, what does stop mean? And then somebody said, you didn't sell some, you're going too fast. Because I was like nervous. And so
What do you mean you saw a stop sign?
yeah,
Oh,
like
you
they
were
kept
trying to
on saying,
restart the auction before the other one
no,
was
no.
over.
The people on the chat was saying stop for me to stop and slow down because I was going so fast.
Okay.
But I think what I was going to ask you is like, I guess I don't know how to multitask. Like, how do I sell and read? Like, we're supposed to like
Right
engage
now, as
with.
we're conversating, our chat's going on, and I have not read but maybe 10% of it. And so
Okay.
that is why when I'm selling, I'm on my phone, but also over here on my computer. Okay. I've got this big old chat going on. My mods are in my conversation right now. And so if it's super important, what they will do is they will red chat me. And so watch what one of my mods red chat me real quick.
What's red chat?
So it's a conversation behind the scenes where only me and whoever red chat me or the mods will see it. See that? See how they just red chatted me?
Is that yellow?
It's bright
Is that?
red.
Oh, I don't see red. Oh, I see it now. Like in a box.
Uh-huh.
Tell
So
hello.
red chat is how we communicate behind the scenes. And so if there's something important, anybody can red chat you. Okay. So anybody in my chat right now can type in something and put the word PayPal. Or we do a breast cancer awareness thing, and so we will put the word boobs in there, not to offend anybody in the room. And so that will right there. Um, red chat is only me, you for red chatting me, and my mods can see that. So my mods know if it's
Oh,
important, they'll red chat me because maybe I missed it. And so kind of over here, I see that there's all these red chats now. Okay.
how do you get people to mod you? Like,
Oh.
well, obviously I have to have friends. I have to find the friends first.
So this is what I would tell you. Rustic Rose does, you're in the jewelry category. I would say sign up for her raid train, the treasure trolley. Okay. Jump on that. It's really targeted towards new sellers, and there will be some bigger sellers in there as well. But in that, make friends. I think that's a great place for any new seller because there's a lot of new sellers in there. So do your show, but hang around, be part of other people's shows, have those conversations. Maybe there's somebody you like that maybe you connect with or you listening to, and you're like, listen, I like this person. Hey, I'll mod for you every now and then if you'll come mod for me. You know what I'm
Oh, okay.
saying? And that's kind of how
Yeah.
but with that, you guys are starting out. What I love about her idea and ideology on these raid trains, especially for new sellers, is that you're putting a lot of them together, and so they're making friends, and you guys are kind of at the same starting points. And so you're going to grow together. And I
Okay.
think that's very important because you guys are kind of all in the same level field there, right? And so you'll start growing on one another, having some ideas. But in there, it's not about just selling things and walking away. The platform, you give what you get. You know what I'm saying? Like if you put into somebody, they're going to put into you. And so that's if you want to get mods, that's what I would highly suggest is go
Okay.
put into other people's shows and help them and just make yourself known. And with all my mods, there's never an expectation for them to stay the entire time. They come and go, do whatever they want. You know, if one of my mods is running a show or I'm running a show and they cross, listen, it's okay. I'm not going to get mad. You know what I'm saying? We might correlate or talk a little bit because what will happen is if one of my mods is running a show after me, I want to raid into them, or maybe they want to raid into me. And so you can kind of create some dynamics there that are good for you. So, but just be active, get in, find people you like, find your group, find your tribe, and make friends.
Boy, I'm super nervous. I can see in the camera I'm turning like spots red. I get nervous really easy.
Don't.
I get
So find things that make you feel relaxed in real life. What music, having
I
somebody in the
actually had music, and somebody said that they couldn't hear my music, so I guess I'll put it closer to my phone. So I got the little mic phones, and I got the thermal printer, and I got the ring light, and I got them today. So
yeah,
hopefully by
and
my
so,
next show I can be more prepared.
so in every show, I mean, I have a couple. This is just my desk, right? So I've got a couple. I also love this. This is a great little light here that is just there's a little metal Chiefs thing that I've stuck it to.
Mhm.
Again, this is real close and this turns, so I'm really able to get down there.
Oh,
Just having
nice.
and it doesn't have to be something like this, but maybe just a small light that you're able to manipulate a little more. But you create your atmosphere that works for you. Okay. Whatever you're comfortable with, play your music. Have the people in
Okay.
your room that you love. Invite friends, invite family, maybe somebody from church or your husband. Sign him up for an account and get him in the room and say, hey, come help me out. Just talk to me, have conversation with me. You know, as you do this and you do more shows, it becomes easier. Okay. It
Can you
really
critique
does.
Can you critique my web page? 'Cause
I sure
I'm
will.
kind of I want to like not see me on TV anymore or on this web thing.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Let me look at it while you're live with me. Hey, Urban. So you asked to learn how to be a mod. I have given you mod permissions, and so my mods will help you. Watch them, learn from them. You can play around in my chat as long as it's positive. Okay. But I've made you a mod, so you can play around here. So I'm going to go look at her thing real quick. Oh, she's turned it around. She's
Yeah.
like, listen, I'm okay, all good.
Yes.
I'm gonna look at your profile here. It says my husband and I have traveled the country. Okay, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready. So here,
I can't
what
see
I
it though. How can I see it? Let me flip you. Okay.
okay.
Can you can you hear
I
me?
can you see me? Yeah, can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, so here you've kind of doubled up. I would use this space for something else. You know, I don't care what you use there. I buy jewelry or jewelry entrepreneur, whatever you want, but you've doubled up here. Okay. I would definitely go in there and change that. Your
Which
profile
one, the
picture,
top or the bottom? Okay.
the bottom one, this is going to be under edit. This is going to be your profile information where you would put your name, your first and last name. Maybe just go in there and put your first name instead of all good um, by Ella. Okay. Your profile picture is great. I would really make this pop, especially the leaves. Go into Chat GPT and really make this picture pop for me. Okay. I would like some kind of theme. Um, as far as like when I see that picture, I want to know kind of what you sell, if that makes sense. Or
Now,
a profile picture that really is going to pop at me. Because what happens is when you're in my chat, let me show you. When you're in my chat, type something in my chat right now. See what I see? It's really hard for me to tell that that's you. Okay. I'm not really for sure in the little picture what that is or what's going on. Versus look at Lady K. You know it's Lady K or That Good or Second Life. Okay. See how they really pop? Yours, I'm not really for sure when I look at that picture what it is. Okay. So think
I
about
see
a
what you mean.
theme. Think about a theme or something that would really pop. Again, as you think about your business, what would your billboard look like? Would it be that picture? And if it is, that's great. But most billboards are going to be something that really captures a person, right? They want you You drive down Main Street, you know exactly what McDonald's sign is. You know exactly what Chick-fil-A sign is. You know exactly what Lowe's sign is. That's the same kind of ideology I want you to capture in creating your profile picture. Okay. Um, Still looking here. 102 items sold, 394 followers. Okay. Your next show, make sure that if you do one show, you have another show scheduled. Because if I came in your last show and I loved you, I would have bookmarked you because I want to know every time you go on. So if you do one show, have another show scheduled and understand that you can edit the time and date. Okay. You might say, listen, I think I'm going to do this in a week. And you're like, in a week, you're like, I'm not ready. You can edit that time and date, but still keep all the bookmarks. Okay. So if I came in and loved you in your show and you have no other show set, I might forget about you in 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So schedule another show. Anytime you do one show, schedule another one. Okay. It
Is
looks
there a
great.
question you want to ask me before I like just
No,
type
you're
or
fine.
something?
No, 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 you're good. Is there anything else you have for me? You know, I'm always here. If you ever have any questions, concerns, just shoot me an email. Okay. Thank you for sharing, allowing us into your home and into your personal space this evening.
I have one question. You saw
Absolutely.
my sales and I was only on there for like 2 hours. I mean, should I do more? Should I have done less
You did
sales
great.
than what I did?
You did great. Are you happy? Is my question.
Well, I didn't even know what was going. I was just shooting for 2 hours, and I was just shooting for 100, and after that, I was beat.
Yeah, I get it. I understand. Um, Try 18 and a half hours and let me know. Listen, at the end of the
I'll
day,
probably fall asleep.
listen, there was some lady last night. So Cody started calling me at 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, what in the world? Another friend of mine. He was like, emergency, emergency. I don't know if this lady's had a stroke or a heart attack or if she's fallen asleep. And I'm like, Cody, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Just report it. Like, listen, I'm asleep. 3 o'clock in the morning. Um, at the end of the day, it's what you're happy. It's how
Okay.
it made you feel. Are you okay with the numbers? That's what matters. Don't try to live up to anybody else's expectations but your own. You know, if you walk away and you're grinning and you're happy and you're okay with those numbers, again, don't focus on the individual items, focus on the final number over there. Okay. I got to turn this light back over. Or you guys won't be able to see me. Um, you know what I'm saying? And that's what matters. Go at a pace that you're comfortable with, not at anybody else's pace.
Can we talk without me on like the screen?
Yeah, you can turn it around. We don't have to look at you. Show us what you got.
I'm done co-hosting for the day.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. I can remove you. Okay.
I think I told Rustic Rose I because she asked me on Tuesday. I was on her show. She's like, "Do you want to co-host?" I said, "No, not today."
So
So
I
I
got you
told her maybe on
first.
Tuesday I was gonna go because I think she
I
has it
got you
on Tuesday.
first. Sorry, Rustic Rose. She
You,
was in here a while ago. I got
you
her
opened
first.
the door for me.
Well, thank you. Welcome to the platform. And if you ever need anything, you holler at either one of us. Okay.
And
I
thank you for the
appreciate you.
code. And
Yeah,
thank you for all
absolutely.
the information.
Absolutely. Have a good evening.
You're my
Okay.
mentor.
No, you're
Thank
mine.
goodness because of you.
I'm kicking you out. Thank you so
Thank
much. You guys go
you.
follow her. Um, Go follow her. Amazing. Thank you for allowing us to come in and be part of this. Again, it's amazing meeting people on the platform and being able to do this. So, if you're thinking about or would like to co-host, I'd love to have you on. Again, if you have any questions, concerns, make sure you put that in the chat. There, again, you see my face, but really there are amazing people behind the scenes that come into these shows. Lady K, that good, second life, Fay West Designs, Rustic Rose, all those people and amazing other sellers in here right now that are helping. So if you have any questions, put them in the chat. They'll try to help you and make sure you follow all of them. Absolutely. 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 Anytime. Again, we're on here every Wednesday. I will. A green dragon. First of all, I love your name. And before I even go into your profile, I hope I see a green dragon. Okay. Which I can kind of see a little bit there. Um, when I think about your profile, the first thing that comes to mind is like a Sinclair gas station where they had the green dinosaur. And so let me go take a look real quick. The green dragon. I love it. I love it. I have a special fondness for brooches, and stick pins truly hold a place in my heart. I would love for your dragon to have a brooch. Just letting you know. With reading your information, and I would love for your dragon to have a big, beautiful brooch. You know what I'm saying? Get some more shows scheduled. Even if you have to edit that time and date, s- schedule you some more shows. Get you 3 or 4 shows scheduled, okay? And you can edit the time or date. Your shop, get some items in your shop. You ever want to become a premier seller, you're going to have some quality listings, okay? You have over 6,000 followers. I hope that most of those are organic. 5.0 rating, 287 items sold. I love, absolutely love your name, and I love your picture. Okay. I will definitely know it's you when I come into a room. But to even like make that a step up, go to Chat GPT and put your dragon in there and say add a brooch or add some jewelry or something. I would love that. Might add a little bit more information in here, and it says, please follow me and bookmark my shows. Make sure you get some shows in there, okay? But I love your design. Hold on. If I miss anything, let me know. It starts going really fast. You don't have to be in my category. Listen, this is for anybody and everybody. What do you think? Again, that's just my personal opinion. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for putting slow mode on. I'm a little slow sometimes. um, Me next. Hold on. Me. I'm not in the category, but we don't care if you're in our category. Again, it's my personal opinion. Don't anybody be mad at me. Okay. If I say something that you don't agree with, again, this is just my personal opinion. Ice Queen Crystal. You've done the same thing where you've doubled up. I would much rather see like maybe your first name in your profile or something else here. Again, you've doubled up here. Okay. Lots of people's pictures. Yes, all of this, most people won't come read this. If you'll take all of this and shove it to the left and keep it kind of if you'll look at my profile, you'll see we call it layering or stacking the cake, and put you some pretty emojis in there. Do it from your phone. Okay. Your profile picture, this is what I would tell you is that I would love to see an ice queen. Okay. When I look at your profile picture, it's a picture of you. And that is great, but will people remember that? Again, you want to utilize that space to capture your customer. When Ice Queen walks in the room, are they going to remember your picture or are they going to remember a picture of an Ice Queen? Okay. That's what I want you to think about. Not a whole lot of people put their personal pictures on their billboard. Okay. Realtors, doctors, lawyers. Any other one, it's going to be some kind of like business logo. Okay, so I'd much rather use some type of business logo. Get creative, make you an ice queen with a name tag of crystal or something like that. shows. You've got several shows. That's great. As a new seller, when you are creating those titles for those shows, I want you to put more detail in there. A lot of the bigger sellers, they don't have to because they can start their show and they'll have 40 or 50 or 60 people in their show or 100 or 200. They can name that show whatever they want. For you as a new seller, it's very important that if you're selling Disney or you're selling bags, or is it Loungefly? I don't know what that is, so don't attack me. That you put those in your descriptor words. Okay. And I'll switch you around again. So right here, all you've put is Stupid Cupid Unite 2026, but you're in these categories. These need to be in your titles. Okay. You don't have, which you do have a lot of bookmarks. That's great. You have 1,000 followers, but I would love to see some keywords in your title. Okay. Because if somebody's on here and they're searching for Disney and they find your show because you've put that Disney in your title, okay, your shop. Okay. Anybody on here that are creating items in your shop, listen to me. I don't care what your description says for your items in your shop, your title needs to have keywords. All the possible keywords that you can possibly use. The reason being is after 3 weeks, if this sets in your store and it doesn't sell, other platforms will pick up those keywords and you'll be able to find your items on Google or what other search engines there are out there, right? So, again, listen to me. Right here where it says Amber Bath Set. Do you know how many, if you go to Google right now and you type in Amber Bath Set, how many bath sets there are out there? Well, maybe my wife is looking for this particular one. So, if it's made by Bath and Body Works, if it's got lotion, if it's got a candle, all yours says is bath set. More information here in your titles. I don't care what the description says, but this title matters. Okay. Descriptor words. Mint green croc keychain. Okay. Not too bad. I'm trying to think of other words. Nike power bank. More keywords because maybe my son broke his. Okay. Bluetooth speaker. Um, whatever other keywords you could add. These are some hard items for me because I don't know what to put. Uh, donut mouse pad. Computer. Um, Funny, gimmick, whatever other keywords you can think of to add those. But the more keywords, even if it has an item code or a UPC code, I would put that in your title because maybe I'm looking for that particular UPC. But the more words, and this is what I'm saying, this is maybe my wife ruined her Louis Vuitton bag. And I go to Google right now and I type in Louis Vuitton bag. You know how many ads I'd have to go through to find that exact purse? She ruined it. She wants the exact same one. So when you create these titles for these items, item numbers, the type, the color, the size, the name, okay, make sure you're putting all those details into that title, making it easier for people to find your items, not just on Whatnot, but other search engines. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They all know what I'm trying to say. My mind doesn't always they get it. They understand what I'm trying to do here. You know what I'm saying? So other than that, I would create a profile picture that people again, you don't see my face. I think that people forget faces, but if you'll create an image, they'll remember that image every time you come into that show and make it pop. Okay? Make it pop. Make it stand out above and beyond everybody else. For your live shows, so I use both. Right now, as I'm looking over here, I'm looking at the computer because my chat is much better or much bigger. Okay. I can see this a lot bigger. I'm using my phone live to capture the image, but I'm actually the brains behind the operation is my computer. So I'm real careful about how I talk about the algorithm anymore, because I didn't write it, and I've been kind of talked to about what is and isn't. So the algorithm, I think that it's very. I think the more active you are, the more you're involved within the platform, people recognize you, they see you. It's like every day if I wake up at 8 o'clock and I see the same yellow car, I know every day that yellow car drives down the road. All of a sudden it doesn't show up. I forget that it drives by at 8 o'clock in the morning. So I'm not necessarily going to say the algorithm, right? But I think that um, just your activity on the platform is going to be your success. Thank you so much. The Velvet Locket. This is it AV or AVI? AV, AV, I think. 1.2 thousand items sold, over 2,000 followers. Her next show is Tuesday at 2:11 p.m. Tuesday's Treasures, Vintage Jewelry and Boho. Again, I'd love to see some words you rated into me. This is Seller Help Show. I'd love to see some more verbiage in here, not just Tuesday treasures. I'd love to see jewelry, vintage jewelry, brooches, necklaces, whatever. Okay. Thank you so much for your raid. I appreciate you so much. I hope you had a wonderful show. Did I say it right? Is it AV? So I think that you being active on the platform is going to be helpful. As far as the algorithm, I don't know. I didn't write it, and so I try not to comment on it. Um, s- I would say there's a lot of things that you can go Google and read about, and it'll give you some details as to what they think. But again, they didn't write it either. It's like clicking the screen. If you'll go Google, what does clicking the screen on what not do? You'll get a whole like, okay. So organic followers. So you will see a lot of people on this app that kind of treat the app as a popularity contest. And so what they'll do is an organic following means it's somebody that has found you by not coming in by being told to come in, right? To follow you. Meaning I didn't go into some big seller show and pay them 50, $100 to give me a call out, right? I do my own thing. I have live shows, and every one of my followers is somebody that has come into my store. They have found me while I'm doing a live show or a help show. Okay. I have never gone into anybody's show and say, hey, listen, here's 50 bucks. Give me a call out. I try not to do that because what will happen is you'll get a bunch of trolls, meaning they just come in to get things or they'll follow you and unfollow you. It does you no good. Try to get an organic following, real people that have walked through your door, that you have started a Givey and they follow you because you started a Givey, but they came in your room organically by finding you. So that's what organic means. A lot of people will go in and they're like, oh, and people, big sellers, that have a couple 100,000 followers, they have options where they'll give you a call out for buying the room coffee or donating whatever, tipping them. Why? You don't want that. You want an organic following. Okay. I want people that have found me that like me, not because somebody else told them to. And that's my opinion. Sponsorships. Yeah. Listen, I don't play the popularity contest. I treat this as a business. Um, and so again, I be me. I don't go too far left. I don't go too far right. I try to Everybody's a potential customer. I don't care what color you are. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your sexuality is. I don't care about none of that stuff. Everybody's a potential customer. And so with those dynamics in play, you definitely want to really capture a real customer. I don't want to do a sponsorship. I don't want to play the popularity game. I want people in hanging out with me and buying from me that have found me organically. And I think that's very, very important. Hello, hello, how are you? Who was it that wanted me to look at their profile again? I don't even know what surprise sets are. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I have no idea. That is not my thing. I don't get involved in that stuff. Just not my cup of tea. I haven't read about it, haven't looked it up. I have no interest in surprise sets. I personally, when I buy something, I want to know what I'm buying. Um, Again, I've done some little surprise giveaway things and made it fun, but nothing crazy. I'm the type of person where I invest in things I can physically see. I don't like somebody else holding on to it or being, that's me. I like to be able to drive by my investment and look at it. And so I don't do any of those surprise sets, none of the gimmicky crap. Absolutely. Let me take a look. And for other people, it works great. For me, that's just not me. Southern T&T Treasures. I absolutely love it. You have stepped it up. Now, with your picture, it has a black background. What I'm going to suggest is to frame it. Okay. Frame this for me. Make it big O yellow. Okay. Maybe take this color down here that you're using and frame this in and make that TNT pop. Okay. Make that TNT pop for me. I love it. I love the idea. I love all the jewelry just exploding. But what I'd like for you to do is highlight this and make that TNT pop for me. Okay. That way, when you come in the room, everybody knows you've entered the room. They know, hey, listen, because what you'll get, they'll forget the Southern TNT and they'll just see the TNT, but they'll know it's you. Okay. Shows look great. 145 items sold, 690 followers, 5.0 rating. That's great. Shop, Joan Rivers Vintage Moon Glow Yellow Beaded. You're missing the word necklace in your products or choker or whatever that is. So make sure you add that word, okay? Necklace or choker. Other than that, I love it. Hi, Bozo. How are you? What do you think? That's just my advice. But see how people come in the room? You have to understand that sometimes those logos are much smaller. And see, look at Bozo. See how much that contrast? You know exactly it's Bozo when he comes in, okay? Or Second Life or Lady K, okay? Some of these are really hard to see what they actually are. Too much can overcomplicate it, okay? Bozo has three colors, but it really stands out. So you know it's Bozo. Okay. That's what I'm talking about. But TNT, if you were to take your picture, okay, and you make that TNT stand out, and then you take a big old yellow or big old pink and you frame that, you will definitely stand out in the crowd. See Lady K's? I know it's Lady K when she enters the room. Absolutely. and silver. Okay, so I'm going to be really, really your name. Is it the re S.A. Phil? Okay, and I'm just maybe I'm so over complicating this. Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. Yeah, thank you. Teresa, Phil, I gotcha. I gotcha. I gotcha now. Takes me a minute. I'm sure you've gotten that before. 948 items sold, 2.3 followers. I love your picture. I would really like for it to stand out, to really magnify that or make it pop. Okay. It's very simple. I totally get it. I totally understand it. Again, I'm here in Oklahoma and Native American everywhere. Um, what I would like for this picture, you can keep it the same, but I would really make this stand out, your Thunderbird, okay, and really make this word stand out. So, whatever you can do, play with that and really make it pop, okay, Teresa? Tomorrow's show at 6:30 a.m. You only have one bookmark. Why? Spirit and Silver Pop-Up. Again, here, as a newer seller, I would definitely be using the words native, if any of it's native, turquoise, um, sterling silver, if you have any sterling silver. Okay. This down here is just the category. Okay. But if I'm on the platform, I'm searching for shows with Native American in it, you're not going to show up if I put in the word Native American. Turquoise, it's hot, it's really out there. So make sure you're utilizing those keywords in your descriptors for your shows. Okay. Random pull. I don't, is this normally, so you've created quality listings, and I'm not for sure that's what you want to do because what has happened is you filled your store with quality pull listings. Okay. I would have made these all temporary if that's what I understand what you're doing, but you've made them all quality. You probably want to make them temporary for that auction. That way they don't go. And if not, you can make them inactive, okay? Where they're not showing up in your store all the time. Inactivate them and activate them when you go live. Okay. But you have made it where if I am coming in and I'm looking for items, I have to go through all of these random pools to find your items. So tomorrow or whenever you do your next show, people are going to see this. They're going to have to go through all of this to get to this. Okay. Does that make sense? Again, you can come in and I'll show you real quick. You can come in. Again, you go up to the top right. This is my account. You can go to inventory. Okay. And let's say, listen, I don't want this to show up. I can deactivate it. Okay. And I'm gonna do a live show where I want to use those things you created. You go to inactive, you can scroll down and I can reactivate it. Okay. Or add to show, right? But right now, how you've set it up, I would definitely think about that process because most people are not going to scroll through all of that to find your items. Let me close a few of these out real quick. One second, closing a few out. Bozo, that's great. If you're adding them to your show, that's amazing. Again, I don't do any of that. Like if I wanted to do that, I'd be using the other platform. A lot of people do it and create buy it nows. That's wonderful. That's not me. I just put things up in front of the camera and rock and roll. You know what I'm saying? What happens, remember this as a seller, the more information you put out there, I would say the more you limit yourself. Meaning this is that if you have, again, some really nice expensive items, yes, absolutely. But listing every piece, if somebody's going through there and they're doing Google Images or they're going and looking on one of the other apps as far as completed listings, they go look it up and it's sold yesterday for $25. Well, that doesn't mean that it's only worth $25. Something's value depends on what they're willing to pay for it. Some of the bigger items, like, listen, right, I get that. Those items can actually draw people in, but you don't need to list all your items, in my opinion. I want people to spend what they feel it's worth, not based off of completed listings. That's me. Yeah, that's me too. Like if you're not feeling good, don't do a show. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like my kids. If you don't feel good, I don't care what they say. Don't go to school. Dr. Foxy. Listen, right there in the show right now, Dr. Foxy, you guys go follow her. You guys be sneaking up on my shows in here now. She knows. She knows what's up. Some science out there. Hey, how long does the measles survive? How long does the measles virus survive? Can I please get a look on the profile? You want me to look at your profile? Is that what you're asking me? Um, Apparently, it didn't go away, right? Okay, absolutely. This is Annie. We have been friends for a long time here. Um, Curved Design Group. There's nothing curving in your design. You already know what I would tell you. I've told you this before. First of all, I love your simple, easy. I love your simple, easy. I would love if you would highlight your pictures someday. I think of I'm going into the Smithsonian Institute and looking at a piece of art. But I know it's you because we're friends, Annie. Next show's tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pop in for a pop up. Again, I'm going to tell you the exact same thing. I would be putting rings or jewelry or something like that in your actual title. That way it's more findable. Okay, especially if somebody goes up here to search whatnot, your show's going to pop up. Okay, just because you're in this category, they're only going to find you if they're searching in this category. But if you put this in your title, it's going to pop up when they go up here to do the search. Okay. 1.7 thousand followers, 493 items sold in her shop. Look, look at all these words. This is what I like to see. Okay. Super vintage bowl. That must be something else. Vintage Kramer cluster earrings and necklace set. Green, maybe a decade if it's 1940s, 1950s. The word signed. Um, those are all really good descriptor words, hit words. Okay. Other than that, you know how I feel. Thank you so much. Let me turn this over. Well, that means you've been approved, I believe. I think that means you've been approved there. Well, I will tell you that I am now on YouTube, so you can always go watch this on YouTube if you don't want to buy the rewatch. And my YouTube channel is Disabled Vet Whatnot, spelled out. Okay. We are now live on YouTube. Okay. There's my name. Again, I'm not trying to sell you anything. This is thank you, Teresa. You don't have to ever do that. Thank you so much. Can you what? Hold on. What did I miss? I hope this helps. What am I missing? Hold on. And I'll post that for you if you just want to rewatch it here. Again, you will physically get something in the mail from me. Just so you know, if you buy a rewatch, it's required that I send you something in the mail. Okay, so you'll get a little letter and something in there. Let me see. It's right now. You can purchase that. Should be on the screen right now. Rewatch that seller. Can you change your name as an established seller? Absolutely. Absolutely. So this is what has to happen, okay? You cannot have any undelivered items, okay? As long as you don't have any undelivered items, what I would do is think of the name and then go search Whatnot and see if that name's already taken. If it's not taken and it's available, then make the suggestion. What you might also do is select two names. So give them two options in case the first one, for some reason, you don't see it, but you know what I'm saying? Give them two options. But as long as you don't have any undelivered packages, you can write Whatnot and ask for a name change. So just make sure you've sold everything. It's all been delivered. You don't have any undelivered packages out there. Again, when you create those quality listings, then you go into your listings and you have to list them into your live shows, okay? Thank you so much for the tip. I appreciate you. But listen, that's not why we do this, but it will go to some Momo treats. I'm looking here. I'm looking at all the questions. So I guess I should put you guys over here. This would probably be easier. I can't figure out to make second name of buying. Oh, so all you do, I'll show you real quick. If you want to create another account, again, you can only create, if you have a seller account, you can only create a buy or buyer's accounts. Okay. Switch it around. So all you do is go to account down here bottom right. Okay. Go up here, scroll down on the arrow. Okay. This will pop up. Okay. And you can add account or manage. Okay. See how I did that? Top, click down, add an account. Again, that can only be a buyer account. If you come in here and you create another account, a seller account, and then use that account to come in and show bid, I guarantee you you'll get caught and it is so wrong, wrong, wrong. You know what I'm saying? But you can have a seller account, you can have one seller account, and under certain circumstances, you may be able to have more than one seller account, LLC, S Corp, C Corp, that kind of thing, where you created a different business. But you can create another buyer account, like I have 405. Okay. And I think you can have 4 or 5 of those. I'm on, this is an iPhone. This is an iPhone. This is iPhone. So click home, Should be seeing something like this. Again, this is iPhone. Okay. You can click on, whoops, we didn't mean to come into your show. You can click on account down here. Wherever you see the word account or your picture, click on that. And then go up here and you should see something like this. Click on that little arrow. And that should pop up. We're in somebody else's show there. Okay. What are the benefits of having different accounts? Maybe once you get bigger as a buyer, sometimes what happens is if I get on Disabled Vet and I come into your room and people know that I'm a good buyer, sometimes they'll bid me up or play games with me. And so if I go in and I really don't care, I'm a good buyer no matter what. So I'm done when I'm done. I don't base it off of impulse. But let's say you're buying it on the platform and you don't want people knowing that it's you that you're buying and putting it in your shop. That's why you might do that. That's exactly right. And it happens a lot. But again, part of that is not impulse buying, know exactly what you're willing to pay, knowing exactly where you can make money. And so a lot of times people come in there and do that and they mess themselves over because they'll end up having to buy it. So just being a good buyer, knowing when you can and can't make money. Hello, hello. Or maybe you just want to come in and spy on people, so you have a different account, right? Again, you can only have one seller account, but you can create multiple buyer accounts. Just go under your profile right now, and you'll click on it. And at the top right hand corner, you'll see a little arrow. Once you click on that, there should be something that comes down that says add account. That's what I just showed. Okay. Again, what you will see when you come into your account, this is what you should see. Okay. Right? Click on count down here in bottom right hand corner. Top, there's a little arrow next to your name. Click on that, maybe. What you'll see down at the bottom, this should pop up down here. You can just go add an account. Okay. Which I don't have. I have another one, but it's not even signed in. All right, Momo's here. Who wants to say hi to Momo? Did you already put? Oh,
Yeah, I got them on there. So
here's Momo. Look, say hi. Hi, Sandy. Hi, everybody. Huh?
He still is being a little weird. He's super thirsty.
So I got all my shots yesterday.
He's kind of today.
We're going on a little trip, so we had to go get all the shots. Was that good? Did you like that?
Yeah, of course he did. That's my third one today.
Can I have kisses?
He had some earlier. I gave him.
Oh, look at that belly.
Yeah,
You're so.
full.
Are you
Daddy
full?
gave me a tweet. I'm tired. He's ready for night.
Are you ready for night? See that look? I say night. Are you ready for night?
I'm tired.
Do you need to go potty?
There he went. Don't
You went?
say that. He already went.
You already went potty?
Hmm? You know, for PP already.
Did you? Were you a good boy? Hmm? Were you a good boy?
A tweet for that too.
Yeah. I love you.
He just wants to cuddle, so I finished my bag of
All right.
fries.
He's not feeling so good. He had all of his shots yesterday, and he's been kind of just.
Warm?
No. I think he's just kind of.
Yeah.
How I feel when somebody sticks something in me. Huh.
Okay.
All right, I love you. Go lay down with Grandma.
Come on, let's go lay down, baby.
Love you.
You're not getting another nugget.
You want another nugget?
Eat like half that. Don't give him all that. You have to poop all night.
Good boy. Good boy. Good night.
come to bed.
Hey, boy, he woke me up at like 2 this morning.
Go get down and go use his pee pee.
Sandy said hi.
He came back up on the bed. Is the
I know.
Come on, let's go bed.
All right, go night night with grandma.
Just on it. He ate almost the whole tub of ice.
Anybody want to co-host? Did she really? I'm glad she's eating.
Yeah. So now she's like, I'm going to Sonic now. I was like,
For
whatever.
much less than market value, but the money allowed them to buy more things, and that they never.
Let's go bed.
Where did I miss?
Mama, come on. Now he's stuck because you didn't know leave. Come on, Stinky. Come here.
I learned valuable lesson from the
Let's go get bite.
Kino brothers in New York City
Mama, look.
of Antiques Roadshow fame. They told me that their first find sold. Just so you know, I've worked for Antique Roadshow at one point in time. I sure did. When they came in, I worked here in Oklahoma when they came into the museum. And so, yeah, I know exactly. So this is the thing, as you become more popular and you get more of a customer base, you will see an increase in sales. It's very important that you offer quality merchandise at a good price. In the beginning, it might not be bringing the max value, but as you grow and you get a bigger, you get more buyers, you will definitely see an increase in sales. But you got to get there, right? You got to build up that momentum. You got to build up those sales. So um, it just takes a little bit. But I can tell you, I did it in a year. You can too. And I only ran 1 or 2 shows a week. Hello, hello. How you doing, Violet? I like the white, but I would say I like the red even more. Anti Barbie. I like the red. If you can take that storage units, estate sales, auction, clean out, I like the red. I really like things that pop. Um, you've sold one item, Anti Barbie's auction. You know I'm an auctioneer, right? Absolutely. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Um, green eyes. Yeah, we all like green eyes. Welcome in. Again, if you're coming in and have any questions, concerns, just let us know. If you'd like to co-host, we'd like to learn about you, see what you're up to, what you got going on. Let me move the camera just a little bit here. Everything I utilize is in my store. If you have any questions as far as what I use or how I use it, you're more than welcome to ask that as well. Just tuning in. How are you? Been doing this about 7 months now. My stream doesn't even hit more than 5 people ever. I do 3D printing. Okay, so, and Sandy will kind of go with you on this as well. Some of that creativity um, takes a little bit longer when you're creating things and it's kind of a one-off. And I shouldn't say one-off, but you're very in like one category, if that makes sense. Like you're very tuned into one exact type thing. I would say create multiples. If I were you and I was creating stuff like that, I would have, Mama, what are you doing? Huh? There's nothing down there. So if I were you and I was in that category and I was creating things, I would definitely use your bin to capture customers by creating different objects or different things and utilizing those descriptive words and those titles to bring people in. Does that make sense? So if you were creating dragons, um, green dragon. But also, I think that, as you're looking at some of these other platforms, the creation of the object might really captivate an audience because I like going in. Have you ever seen those people that are like dermatologists and they're, messing with people's faces, or some of those streams where you see people, you'll see somebody asleep, but then there will be like scissors or something cutting on a balloon. So if you're creating something and you have a machine that's building this object, I think that as long there has to be a host. But if you could put that into your stream, I think that you would really gravitate a lot of people. James, I will have to go look. I'm not for sure. I'll go look. And when you're selling things, no matter what it is, think about other things that support that object. Just like tonight, when I'm telling you this is a seller help show, my store is full of seller help items. Same thing for you guys that are in jewelry, beads, strings, kits, anything that has jewelry. You can also, offer those types of items. Don't just think in the box, think outside that box. Yeah, fill that shop with merchandise, and really use those titles to capture an audience. And then use your live shows to do maybe some of the live creating, like Sandy or Faye West does. Is she'll actually be sitting there pounding on jewelry and making it and using all her utensils and tools. Same thing for you. If you're using a 3D printer, like, how captivating it is just to see there and it making that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can't say that name. I can't ever refer off here. And so I'll stay away from saying that. But you do knives as well. I like that. I like that. Okay, that's cool. What's your picture of overstock? Let me look. When you're in my chat, your picture, I can't really tell what it is, and I'll show you. That way you understand what I'm saying. Again, I'm on a big computer, and so is there any way where you could get that overstock in that picture to really we know that it's you? You see what I'm seeing, right? At first, I thought it was like a cat or something, but when I go into your profile picture, it's a great profile picture. Okay, by the way, I love it. It's very clean looking, but in my chat, I can't see the word Overstock Outlaws. So I really would love for you to play with that image and make it pop for me, where I know it's you when you come in. You know what I'm saying? Anybody else want to co-host tonight? Any questions, concerns? Again, we do this every Wednesday. If you're just coming in, this is a seller help. It's kind of an open community chat that we do to help our community. Um, you know, ask any kind of questions. Know that we're here. Know that we'll try to help you in any way, shape, or form. Again, I have some wonderful people that come in and donate their time. Lady K, that good, Second Life, Faye West Designs. Yeah, let me look. Keith, 2,000 followers, 638 items sold, under 1 day shipping, rugged, rugged layer lab. I kind of like that. It looks like you're in like a doctor's coat or something. Live 3D printing, whatnot. Friday, February 20th at 12 p.m. Rugged Prints. So in that, what are you? When I go to look at this, okay. My question to you, Keith, is this. So in your title, I don't like your picture tells me everything. Rugged Layer Lab, live 3D printing. I would like there to be more information here, not just rugged prints. I'm confused as to, yeah, I know you're 3D printing. What are we 3D printing? What are we creating? So if you can create more of an image in your description for me, okay? I have no idea what I'm walking into here. I just know you're doing 3D printing, okay? Pocket knives, utility blades, so are you making 3D knives? And if so, I would be putting the word knives in my description, in your title here. Okay. Again, you're not a huge seller yet. And a lot of you guys will say, oh, listen, they get a ton of people in their show and they just put some small little title. Well, it's because they already have the following. For you guys, you need to utilize this title right here to really pull an audience in, whether you're making knives, $1 starts, um, $4 flat shipping, whatever it is, use this right here to really pull that audience in. Okay. The more information here, the better. Again, make it clean, be creative. Okay. So a green dragon. So you have two types of listings. Okay, you have a quality listing and a temporary listing. Okay, the temporary listing is the listing you're creating in your live. As soon as you end your live, it's gone. Okay, a quality listing is something that is going to go into your shop and it's going to be there. Now, just because you create a quality listing doesn't mean it automatically goes into your live show. Okay, so as I turn my thing around here, I'll show you real quick. So if I'm in here right now, this is my live show. I go to auction, right? I'm going to create a listing. You have two options. It says temporary and quality. If I create a temporary listing, as soon as my show's over with, it's gone. If I create a quality listing, it's going to end up here in my inventory. Okay. These are all my inventory items. Okay. Just because I have all these items doesn't mean they automatically go into my live shows where I'm at right now. Okay. Where's my live show at? Let me open that up real quick. Okay. Just because I've created all these right here does not mean they're going to show up in my buy it now. They have because I've thrown them in there. So anytime you create a quality listing, this is what you have to do. First of all, if you have more than 20, make sure you go down there and select 100 or however many you have. Okay. What you will then do is you can come up here. I always push just all because they will not duplicate. If I forgot which ones are in my shows, it doesn't matter. They won't duplicate. And then what you'll do is you'll go to add show. Then you get to pick which show you want it in. Well, listen, I'm just going to throw it into every show I have. Okay. Add to 16 shows. Okay. And then all those items will show up in your live shows, whatever live shows you just told it to show up in. Did that help in any way, shape, or form? So just because you create a quality listing doesn't mean it automatically shows up in your live shows. You have to tell that quality listing where you want it. Again, it'll be in your shop all the time. Okay. It's like having a shop and you want to set up a table outside your shop. You now take that item that's sitting inside your store and you put it out on the table in front of your store. Okay. So you're taking that item that you've created, that quality listing, and you're throwing it into your live show. So yeah, so when you create those, you tell it how many quantities it has. And so when you create those lives, let me show you. So we'll switch you around again. When you go to create, you create a product, right? Okay. You create a product. This is just my normal store. This is not in the live. I'm just going to go up here. You can click on inventory. You can create a product here. Again, these will be all products I've created. As you create those, it's going to ask you how many quantities you have. So if I have 1,000 of those, it's going to count down every time somebody buys it until it runs out. If I need to update that, I can. I can just click on it and say, oh, I now have 2,000 of these. You know what I'm saying? You have control of your inventory. Absolutely. Absolutely. But again, a temporary listing is going to be gone. As soon as this show ends, if I create it temporary, it will not show up in my normal store. Okay. If I create a quality listing right now, it will. I always create temporaries for my shows because you know what I'm saying? Each show I just create a new temporary listing of 1,000 items and I run as long as I can. And but if I wanted to create a quality listing that's permanent, you know, that's probably the word we should use is it's a permanent listing until you delete it or you run out of product. So quality listings, absolutely. So what will happen is after about 3 weeks, if the item has not sold, other search engines will start grabbing that information. Okay. And you will start seeing your listings on those other platforms. Again, you don't care where the sale comes from. So if you go in right now and you Google Presidium or Jim Lodges, you'll see me normally on the front page. Okay. And it will direct that traffic to Whatnot. That's great for me, right? I don't care where the sale comes from as long as they walk in the door. But that is why it's so important in your titles that you are putting as many keywords as you possibly can when you create those quality listings. Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, it's a purpose, right? We serve with purpose. And so I enjoy helping. I don't claim to know everything. Okay. I am still learning. I've only been on the platform for a year. There's always updates coming out there. So Whatnot, no. So this is the thing. Whatnot gets their percentage of every sell. They don't care where the traffic comes from. If there's traffic being driven to this platform and people are buying stuff, they're grinning from ear to ear, right? Wouldn't you be? They're going to get their 8% plus their 2.9% and their 30 cent per transaction fee. Unless you're a premier seller, then it drops 7.2%, 2.9%, and 30 cent per transaction. They don't care where the traffic comes from. They love it when people go into Google and search and they find your item and whatnot, come over and buy it. That's 11, 12% in their pocket, right? No, there is a flat fee here. I've been doing that. Absolutely. So I use a ZP450. I've had it over 10 years. It actually is a machine that holds 250 labels. That's why I like it. A lot of the other thermal printers, like you'll waste one or two sheets every time you change out that thermal paper. And so most of them only hold what 25, 50 labels versus mine holds 250. Again, I've had it over 10 years. It is super, super easy. No issues. I mean, just I don't know what else to say. Again, if you get into selling, you definitely want to invest in this. Okay, big old rolls of thermal paper, 250 of those. I can pretty much change it out with one hand, you know. I'll look at it, Bozo. I'll look at it. I got a thermal printer, and you need to download the label before you can send to printer. So that's going to be all within your settings on your computer. Okay, you whatnot just goes off what you tell it the type of printer is and what the settings are. So when you go into your computer, you need to go to settings and you need to set up your printer. If it's a 4x6 label, make it findable. Most of these printers are pretty much plug and play these days. It might have a disc that comes with it. Download the disc. That way, it has all your programs, and I can't even think of the word right now, but um, it has all your coding and stuff for your computer. But pretty easy these days. Most of it's plug and play. You'll just go to your settings on your computer, add printer, it'll find it. So mine's like ZP450 comes up. And then you go in and you'll have to edit the type of paper. You tell it what size paper you're going to be printing on. That has nothing to do with whatnot. Try on your computer. Try on your computer. Again, I do everything as far as my shipping and my my main stuff on my computer versus on a phone. There are things that I do on my phone that I don't do on my computer. So when I'm going in and creating a listing or an auction, normally I'm jumping on my phone because the emojis. You know, you can do so much more on your phone versus your computer with the emojis and the creativity. Oh, you had to do it on Whatnot as well. Interesting. Yeah, you might have to tell Whatnot, hey, listen, let me look here. It's been so long since I've done that, but hold on. Let's see, shipments. Let's go to this shipment. I got to be real careful about how I show what's on my screen. Oh, when you go to generate label, yeah, when you go to generate label, you're going to get options, right? Again, I can't really show you because people like to turn me in for stupid stuff. Um, so when you go in there to create your label, you can right click and go to print. Hold on, real quick. I'll show you without showing you the whole label here. So when you can right click it, right? I'm on the label itself right now, and you can tell it, hey, listen, I want to go to this printer or that printer, right? I'm going to leave it on Zebra, pages, all, but right here, paper size. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and print this. You can't, what do you mean you can't edit or change your so again, you shouldn't be having any issues. You might jump on a computer or a different type of device. I'm not really familiar with Android. I know that sometimes they have issues, but I'll show you just to make sure we're doing this correctly, okay? So again, this is iPhone, might not be the same as yours as far as what you're seeing because it's Android, but jump on a computer or jump on a laptop or an iPad or something. So as I go in here, I go to Seller Hub, okay? Should see all your upcoming shows. I have one scheduled for tomorrow. I open the show. Right hand side has three little buttons. Okay. Edit show. Okay. Should be seeing something like this, right? Up here at the top, you'll see, okay, different times. You can edit that time. Okay. Just click on that, push update. Okay. Should be pretty similar on an Android. I wouldn't think it's much different. Yeah, I wouldn't think it's much different. A lot of times people don't realize you have to go into the actual show and edit it. They're like, oh, listen, I'm going into it. It's not going to start if you just click on that. You have to actually go live. So just go into the show, push edit, change the date and time. Love, absolutely love the new labels. I'll cover up the name stuff. If you are not, again, we are covering up the address, whatnot, or whoever likes to play their stupid little games in here. The new label, I love this, where it all comes on like the one page, right? Versus having 20 different labels for 20 different items. It now puts it all on like one label. So that's really great for you guys that are using thermal paper. Whatnot prefers iPhones. No, I don't think that's so. Again, they're writing HTML coding for both devices, and you got to think that again, the people that are writing, their engineers are incorporating both devices coding, and so sometimes when they update for one side, it doesn't update for the other, and so they might do an update for iPhone to meet those expectations, but then it throws right. But they definitely d- they they are really trying to write those programs to meet both needs, both the iPhone and the Android. Again, I jump on a computer a lot of times or an iPad, but constant updating, constant movement. But their target is not one over the other. Definitely not. Thank you so much, Thrifton, for your raid. Give me 1 second. Let me jump out of here real quick. This is Tara. She has an upcoming show tomorrow at 11:45 a.m. Ephemera RX Labels, 287 followers, 5.0 rating, ships under 1 day. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Hope you had a wonderful show. Really interesting. Overstock, can you do this new feature? Let me see. Where is it? Can you do this? Where you can show both? You cannot. Well, that stinks. So check this out. If you have an iPhone, this is a really new thing. You just click on the three little buttons on the right, and you can do face cam. So you can be selling your item, and people can actually see you, right? You used to have to have OBS, now you do not. So I love that. So if you're making stuff, if you're one of those people that you're creating and making and you have a device that's building your knives or whatever, definitely I would have this turned on while your machine is actually making it and you can sit here and have a conversation. I love it. I don't do wheel spins and all that stuff, so it doesn't really affect me. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to have the newest phone though. That's the thing, or an iPad. A lot of people use an iPad anymore. Either one of those. No. Yeah, I will tell you that if you do consignment with me, you don't have to put as much work into it as you did last time. Okay. If you just want to put it in a box and, you know, some of you guys put a lot of work in sending me stuff. You don't have to do all that work. You see how I sell it. I think it is the best way of doing things. If there's something that is important in there that I need to know that you want me to know, you write on a baggie and but other than that, you don't have to be crazy. Like I get bags where every piece is marked and the bag is numbered. Listen, when I do a show for consignment, I run through the entire show of just your stuff and you can go back and watch it. You can do whatever you want, right? And so, and then you get a final receipt like you did last time, and you know exactly what's up. That's how I roll. Listen, when Emily cooks, she does the exact same thing. She'll be in there. So I sit there and just watch her when she's cooking because she can't help it. Her mind is thinking as she's cooking, and she just, I'm like, what are you doing? Over the years, I just like watch and laugh. No. Mm-mm. No, it's the same thing. There's only one category that is at a cheaper rate, and I can't tell you exactly what that rate is. But I think it's silver and gold. I think that's at a cheaper rate than anything. Everything else is going to be a flat fee of 8%, 2.9%, and 30 cent per transaction until you become a premier seller. And then it drops 10% on the 8%. So it goes from 8% down to 7.2%. Okay. Plus 2.9 plus 30 cents per transaction. Can you say the question before you answer it? Because I'm tending to small ones while I'm watching you. Absolutely. Where am I located? I am in Shawnee, Oklahoma. Just send it in a box. Yeah, we're on the same page now. We're once you deal with me once and you're like, listen, I got it. I understand you, bro. I make it easy. I make it really easy. I've got one consignment I got to finish up, and I've not got another consignment that I need to start on, and I think I have another one back there. Um, Again, if you're in a hurry, I am not your guy. I do it at my pace. I do it how I do all my shows. $1 starts, no reserve, no minimum, $4 flat fee, no matter how many items you buy from me. I do, absolutely. I will say a lot of it will come from going live because people are really just now understanding that there's a search engine or there's a search bar where you can go look for individual items. I will sell a lot more by going live than just putting stuff in my store. But definitely load your store up. I don't. I just load it up with things for you guys as far as my seller help show. I don't want to be, listen, I've done the other platform for 20 years, right? I don't want to have to go do all that. I want to just put it in front of people's faces and sell it. I don't want to have to go put all that work in there and create descriptions and, pictures and titles. And listen, I like just holding up in front of the camera and saying, hey, listen, it's a beautiful, what is this? Giraffe donkey brooch. Start. You know what I'm saying? That's me. Some of the more expensive items, yeah, definitely. But, you know, everything else, if it's under $100, I'm like, listen, here you go. It is easy. I mean, listing on other platforms is easy too, but I just don't want to do it. I just want to hold it in front of you and sell it. How long have you been selling? I've been on this app for 1 year. We've been on the app for a year, all organic following. We did over $350,000 in sales last year. And I would say that over 80% of that is profit margins. And so, really, really good numbers. So again, if you're starting out on the app doing $1 sales, remember this is that if you sell something for $1, you're going to get about 41 cents. If you sell something for $2, you're going to get like $1.28, $1.31, somewhere in there. So it's much better as a new seller to start things off at least $2 is what I would recommend. Or be willing to just take 41 cents for the item because there is a per transaction fee. So if you have two items that are lower quality, maybe dollar items, add them together, sell them both for one money, and start the auction out at $2. You'll get more of your return by doing so. $350,000 in our first year. Um, with reviews, I personally would say this: respond with an honest response, a professional response. Listen, it's going to happen. You're not going to please everybody. It's okay. Just keep going. Okay. The more business, the more items you sell, the further back, and it will disappear. Okay. It'll be caught in page 300. Nobody's going to go look at page 300. Okay. Just keep going, keep selling. Don't worry about it. Respond to it with an honest response, professional response, and don't worry about it. Forget about it and keep moving. As far as negative feedback, there is some feedback that can be removed depending on what the statement that has been made, as far as if there's personal information, derogatory statement, those types of things, profanity. Those were ones that I would definitely write to whatnot and say, hey, listen, will you take a look at this? I think this is grounds for removal. But I think that is taken upon on a basis to basis situation. Love Rustic Rose, and that's the best advice that anybody could have given you, is just to simply be very informative, write them and see what the response is. Listen, I write them too, and I don't always like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's who you get on what day, and but always be very kind to their employees. Again, they're just somebody that's going to work every day, and you will always get more with honey than you do with vinegar. And they've got their guidelines and how they're supposed to handle things and look at things. So just be nice and just keep going. Don't worry about it. 28th will be in a year, about to hit 1,000. And handmade. Some of the handmade stuff and Sandy will tell you this too, because she's in that category where she's hand making things. It's kind of a niche, and so it's growing in popularity. Um, and so, you really have to be creative in capturing that audience, and how you're doing things and trying to guide off platform audiences to the platform. I think that's really, really important. Okay. Again, not taking them from this platform to another one, but taking them from other platforms to here. If you do Facebook or you do a YouTube or you do an Instagram, capture that audience and bring them here to buy. Yeah, listen, I go look at my reviews every now and then, but I've had a few. I've had a really bad consignment customer, that I had to deal with, where they consigned with me, and then I caught them in my room bidding on their own stuff, and so they thought it would be great to come in and leave me a negative review and buy something, and that's just not how I work. You know what I'm saying? So you just you just got to play it by ear, respond, be very just professional, and keep on moving. Whatnot rules, terms of service on the very front page, Cheryl, and definitely go in and check those. Let me show you real quick. There's lots of rules. or you can go down to help and legal. Okay. So on your account, anytime you get lost, okay, on your account, you can go up here, click on your name, go down to help and legal, buying, account, selling, safety practices. Okay. There's a whole page. Okay. You can jump on there. Think on the main whatnot page. There's some more things. Let me see. Like there's job openings right now. I don't know if any of you guys are engineers. Okay. Over here to the left, all I did was click on whatnot up here and this came up. But you have about us, you've got careers, okay, facts. But all you have to do is click on your name up here, go down to health and safety, safety and policies. Okay. There's all kinds of information there. Again, I also say this to anybody on the platform: see something, say something. Very, very important. Um, Keeping this community and our buyers and our sellers safe. It's up to us to report things when we see them. Okay, snitches don't get stitches. You got all kinds of people joining the app every day, and so you see somebody selling counterfeits, you see somebody doing something that will impact us as a community, report it. They do change. They're constantly updating. You're absolutely right. They have a redneck engineer. Listen, I get it. I understand. Listen, if you ever want to know where the app's going, go look at the career fields that are open. That will tell you a lot. I think the app is going to be going global. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's not only, again, this is my personal opinion. When you start going and looking at the job openings and they're hiring German engineers, anybody that speaks German, what was the other one? Chinese and something else. It's like, okay, where are we going with this? You cannot drink on the app live. No smoking or drinking whatsoever as far as alcoholic beverages. Just so you know, FYI. A knockoff, anything that's counterfeit. If you cannot authenticate it and you're not 100% sure it's real, you can't sell it. Okay. It needs to be an item that can be authenticated. So if there's any question, you don't have a receipt, that's a knockoff, counterfeit item. I like Whatnot. We have growing pains, but they are doing their best to manage them. Absolutely, like it's a very relatively. This is a very young platform. Definitely, as you listen to the creators and the CEOs, they are creating a generational platform, meaning that they want this to last beyond me to my kids and their kids. And the concept is the next thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have to do all that work. You can just simply put it in front of the camera. It's a step above and beyond, and they are the first at it. They are definitely you're gonna have to compete with them type thing. So and that's why all the other platforms are now trying to do it, but they don't have the response rate as this one does because they are kind of like the granddaddies here. Listen, I get it. Yeah, yeah. You can drink water. You can drink water. You can drink but you cannot be drinking alcoholic beverages or claiming to be. That's against the rules. I don't think you can vape either. I don't think you can vape or smoke. You love everybody on Whatnot? Well, listen, good for you because I don't. Honestly, I don't. Not everybody's my cup of tea. And I'm sure I'm not everybody's cup of tea, but that's fine. I don't care. There are some amazing people. The majority of people I love, especially in my category. And when I say that, like, listen, when I enter a room and they're yelling and screaming, or they got these flashing lights on, it's just not me. Or I feel like I'm being like pressured. I don't do that either. Just not my thing. Some of you guys, it's you like it. I don't. So overstock. Okay. Let me put that into the suggestions bar. Okay. They did just add a ton of new categories, which is great. But I can definitely put that in here. That you would like to see that real quick. Hold on. Let me go to my list. Let me put that in here. I put all kinds of requests in. Hold on. Goodness, there's a ton of them in here. I think I'm the only one. Oh, I'm the only one since 2/6 that has made a request. Let me put that in here while we're talking. Hold on. Okay. And topic. Um, let's see. You would like 3D printing, 3D printing category. What would be a general category for something like that? So you don't want to just like a one niche type thing. So if you were going to try to create a category that would capture other people kind of like you, what would you name it? Someone had said in a room, I have no idea. I would create a listing for them. That's what I would do. Create a permanent listing for bead caps because you can't go back and watch that chat. Send me a picture. Maybe I'm interested. Send me a picture. Maybe I buy a lot. Yeah, overstock. So I'd like to, if I was going to create a category for somebody like you, that, it would, if we got too far off into this, you could have a million categories. So a general category, think about it. Okay. Think about this for me. If you were going to try to capture, uh, uh, not only buyers, but other sellers that are like you, what would that category be? I don't want to just put, because more than likely they won't create just a category for that 3D printing, but they might take into consideration a category that covered a lot of unique different sellers like you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'd like to see is a hunting category. Like just for like camouflage and knives and kind of if somebody got on here and started doing some hunting stuff, again, you can't sell any kind of guns or anything like that, but or ammunition, but you could really go into like duck calls and kind of like a Bass Pro theme type show. That would be really cool. I think it would be very, very hot. I would go to it. An outdoors category. Yes. So just so you know, I have a thing where I submit any kind of ideas, changes. So if you see something on the platform you'd like to see, you can always send me a thing and I will put that into, I have a little spreadsheet that I post to, and and we can we can put those ideas towards them. And so I love hearing from the community as far as your feedback. And I post those if I think they're a good idea or that's something that would be helpful. Sometimes I get some crazy ones. But if you have an idea or a change that you would like, something like this, I would love to see that as well. An outdoors category. But think about your 3D printing. I would think that you need to create a bigger audience for that because they probably won't create just a 3D, but maybe like a some kind of a niche category. Um, I just don't know what I would put it under. So I'll think about it. You think about it too. Can you request? Hold on. Yes, I can, and it has been requested. Okay, some of that has been requested, and there's a thought process behind that. Mods comments come up. Different color. Okay, absolutely love it. I'll repost it. See, um, so they have changed that. I will tell you, as of last week, I don't know if you've sold anything, but with their new printing and their label, it's all showing up like I was showing you earlier. Let me cover up this address and order number. So it's all coming on one sheet now. I mean, it's amazing. Okay. I didn't show anybody's name or address. Matter of fact, it was Second Life, and she gave us permission anyway. So just so you guys know. I like the outdoor thought. That would be a really good category though, because that would cover a lot of different items. And men would love that. And women, I'm just saying, I would love that category, like fishing lures, anything to do with fishing, anything to do with hunting. That's a great idea. Love that. Again, if you're just coming in, we do this every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. I'm here in Shawnee, Oklahoma. This is kind of a community show. It is a community show where we help folks answer questions. If you'd like to be co hosted at some point, think about that. Come on, co host, introduce yourself. No telling how many followers you'll get. We are now streaming to YouTube. And so you can jump on YouTube, disabled vet, whatnot spelled out. Jump on there. You can always go back and watch this show. And my store is always open. So if you have any questions or thoughts as to what I use or how I use it, jump in there. Let me see. They are all vintage. I wanted to do auction just for those. It is not arts and crafts. Thought something live from some of the findings. There is a sports and outdoors category. Is there? Is there a sports and outdoors category? You can. You can write. I will let you know if it's a custom order, you can write whatnot, and they will give you some permissions on some of those custom orders. Okay. I don't think it's super long, but if you are in and doing custom stuff, so you can get some delays or be able to delay those packages where it doesn't affect you. Just so you know. Yeah, I think as time goes on, they will definitely add some more categories as things starts growing. I'll request it. I'll put it in. I will definitely put it in. Request category. I'll put it in. See what they say. Yeah, I wish it was longer than 7 days as well. Again, if you're just coming to the platform thinking about becoming a seller, there's $150 minimum qualifications. I think you have to sell 250 be on for a couple hours. I will tell you that I think your first show, again, I didn't write the algorithm. I don't know what Whatnot says about it. You might go Google this, but I think it drives traffic to your first show, whereas your first show is a lot busier than maybe your second and third. So yeah, outdoor. Didn't know that. Okay, we'll go take a look. Well, listen, if you don't want to sell it, maybe you want to sell it to me. I'm just kidding. Get going. Sell it on the platform. This is an amazing place, and the jewelry category is mainly where I'm at. So definitely jump on here, and if you have any questions, concerns, holler at me. But listen, it's a lot of fun. There is a fishing category. Well, see, I haven't gone through all the categories. Thank you so much for the raid. We appreciate you. Ace Bats and Collectibles. 271 items sold, 2.1 thousand, over 2,000 followers. Next show is tomorrow at 8 p.m. Thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful show. Listen, have you guys ever been to the koi sale where they sell koi on here? That is pretty neat. It's Disabled Vet Whatnot, my YouTube channel. My first show is tonight, by the way. Listen, if I've missed your question, just let me know. I'm looking. Yeah, I like the. Now I'm gonna have to go look. Yeah, they sell live koi, and it is crazy. Some of those koi go for $200 or $300 a piece. It's really cool. Absolutely neat. Koi, like KOI, fish, live fish. It is neat. Solve people's problems, not just print dragons. I love it. Piece of your window broke and they 3D printed it. No, koi, like koi fish, not coins. Man, there's some big old expensive coin shows on here, that's for sure. So, do you sell molds out of curiosity? You 3D print. Have you thought about getting into creating molds for like, I know you make knives and stuff. Have you thought about, because I don't think there's anybody else on here right now doing this. There's those people that make those freshies and they create all those 3D molds. Um, just an idea. I think the molds sell just as well as the freshies. You not have to go in there and hand paint all these freshies and stuff, but you might think about creating some molds for different things with that 3D printer. Just an idea. Yeah, absolutely. I thought about getting into some molds last week. Again, community show. I'm going off on my own topics here. If you need have any questions, concerns, holler at me. If there's anything that we can help you with as far as your shipping, I'm going to put this up on screen one more time for anybody in here. These brochures will be available come um, here on the 24th. I didn't know they were going to take so long. If you want to screenshot this real quick, I have created this for you guys. Close it. Close. Front. Okay, so I've created this for you guys. This is a little quick shipping brochure. I don't know why it's showing the back first, but it is. Okay. Okay. This is going to be a brochure that comes out to you. If you want to save that QR code, that's my YouTube channel. You can QR code that. Again, these are all the people that are really, really close friends. Make sure you're following all these folks right here. Okay. I really do surround myself with amazing people that love to help, that are very creative. So I've mentioned them. Um, some best practices. Again, just screenshot this real quick. You're more than welcome to read this, go over this if you have any questions. QR codes as far as the $15 credit for new buyers and $150 credit for sellers that are thinking about coming to the platform. Again, if you use this, make sure you, once you click on this, I think you only have like 7 days to use it. Okay. Let me flip this around. This is quick setup for a lot of you guys. Again, if you'll just swipe to the left, you can take off all the verbiage in the room. Okay. Really quick setup. As you can see here, this is kind of for smaller sellers. This is my setup that I use. You'll see a lot of the bigger sellers that are dealing with big flat rate or heavy boxes. This is what they'll tell you to do. Okay. Again, one size does not fit all. Make sure you go do your homework. And then first class giveaway shipping, domestic 1 to 5 pound, domestic 5 pounds plus. Okay. Really just quick, easy setup for you guys. And we'll have these brochures available to you. I thought they'd be here by now, but they weren't, but we'll get those. My QR code for which one? Hold on real quick. I'll open it back up. See, close. So there's my QR codes for the seller and buyer referral. I don't know which one you need. Okay. And then this is the YouTube one. Okay. Again, I spent some time just going through there in the thought process. Again, do your homework. Understand what you're getting into, especially with that shipping. Go in and visit Bunny. I'll post her thing in here. She really gives a one on like a kindergarten level for people like me that need kindergarten level understanding as some of the shipping process. Let me post her back in here and go watch a bunch of her other videos. Okay. Let's see if this is her. Oh, new folders. Where's she at? This is Shipping 101, and I'll post her in here. She's amazing. Really great personality. There you go. And go watch her other videos. I would say this is somebody you can trust and you can listen to. Very informative and doing your homework. Well, thank you. Tonight's my first time. Tonight's my first show. And so you guys, if you're on there, you get to be part of that. You were number 4. Listen, is there that many people that have signed up? I didn't know if YouTube and stuff is not my people that have boy, there's been a bunch of you already sign up. I like this. We'll post things on here. There's 4 subscribers. Yes. But you can go back and now watch this if you want to. I have a YouTube and it's probably got like 1,600 followers, but it's hard for me to upload every day. Laugh out loud. Listen, I'm not. Everybody keeps saying, "Hey, do a YouTube, do a YouTube." Like, okay, let me take a minute. What's address again? YouTube. It's disabled vet whatnot, and whatnot spelled out. So disabled vet whatnot. Who is the shipping person? What do you mean, who's the shipping person? Yeah, as you do this, you'll get a lot better at it. You'll really, each time you start shipping or you doing things, like you will definitely catch on. It just becomes, a normal. Whereas a lot of us have been on other platforms and we've been so used to doing things a different way, and you jump on here and it's a little bit different. Um, you know, yeah, absolutely. I put her in the chat. Here you go. Or I didn't put her in a chat. There you go. Go watch that. Copy and paste that. She is amazing. I don't, like I say to you guys all the time, I don't need to recreate the wheel when other people have already created it and I can refer you over to them. Like I could go in there and create my own videos, which I might at some point. But I would say go watch her. And then off to the right hand side, this is Blazing Bunny TV. She has all kinds of really good videos and content. And she's very informative and very trustworthy. Whatnot loves her, and trust her as well. She is a great person to listen to. I like her, and so I think the content's great. You know, show you, please. What am I showing you? What am I showing you? I posted it in there. Just click on. You can copy and paste that into any browser. Here, I can show you the video. She doesn't care. I've already got her permission, so we're good. All bookmarks. I have to go to all bookmarks. Turn her thing on here. This is
A lot better about shipping. I'm going to be breaking this down in a two-part series. This first part is going to be everything you need to know before you hit the go live button. And then part two coming up will be everything you need to know after you have finished
And
shipping.
off here to the right, you'll
So
see
make sure
all
to
kinds of other
stick around.
videos,
Make sure
or subscribe to her
like and
page.
subscribe so you never miss out on new content.
Okay. Blazing Bunny. I mean, she does a lot of content. She's a content creator. It's super nice. Is it about 30 seconds? It probably is. I have no idea. I'm not a YouTuber. I just know that I turned it on where you guys can go watch it now. That was my main thing. Is she is amazing. She is amazing. Very, very informative. Again, she's a content maker. She knows what's up. And again, like I said, one size does not fit all on the platform. There's a generalization as to how to do shipping. But some of us, we like she does a lot of heavier items because she's dealing with like foods and bottled, and you know she's shipping a lot of flat rate stuff and priority, whereas I'm shipping a lot of packages under 16 ounces. So we're in two different levels, two different types of shipping mindsets. But there is a generalization, and hers is probably the best as far as generalization and shipping. You know what I'm saying? So, but realize if you're selling a lot of boxes under 16 ounces, under a pound, then there's kind of a different technique and way of doing things to be cost effective from both a buyer and seller standpoint. My sourcing, I have when I buy bulk. I buy 30 or 40,000 pieces sometimes. Right now in my office, there's probably 30 or 40,000 pieces. I tried something new today where it was kind of newer jewelry. I do a lot of costume. I own over 2 million neckties from a prior business. But that continues to always grow as well. As far as sourcing, I get this question a lot. When you buy, try to buy bulk. Don't try to buy individual pieces. Take into consideration shipping, any kind of cost associated. Also, think about your commission rate, what it's going to cost you to sell it. So, you're going to lose about 12% by the time you buy your boxes and your shipping materials and your tape, right? You're going to lose about 12%, if not 13%, just depending on what you're spending on shipping supplies. And so, as you're out there and you're buying, take into consideration those numbers. So, if something costs you $50, realize really you're going to spend probably about 56 by the time you're done with it, by the time you pay your fees out. But try to buy bulk. That's what I do. I have ads all over the United States, especially with my mods and stuff. Like whatever state they live in, I put out, I buy stuff, and if something comes up, like, listen, I can send them to go buy it or maybe make a deal on their part. It's not just all about me. That's part of being and having people in your circle, right? You use those people not only to buy things, but help them. So I put out ads. I get all kinds of people trying to sell me stuff all the time. What was your question, Faye? So that random, I do have in my store all the time a consignment contract. If you buy that contract, I send you two contracts. Both of them will be signed. You will then send me back one with your signature and the jewelry. Now, I ask that the jewelry not be a bunch of, again, if you send me a bunch of low end, I will make lots. Okay. If it's mediocre to higher end, like I'll individual sell it. But if it's all a bunch of dollar jewelry, like listen, I'm gonna put three, four, five, 10 pieces in there. That's kind of how I roll. I have enough of my own stuff to sell, but if it's nicer stuff, absolutely. And what I do is you need to send me at least 50 pieces and to however many you want, and then I will dedicate that show to you. As you can see, I have a show set up and it's dedicated to one consigner. I put your zip code and then I put your initials in there so it's your stuff. And nobody else knows your zip code or nobody else knows your initials. So it's kind of our little code. But yeah, that's how I roll as far as consignments. Do I have a Google account? No, I just signed up for YouTube. And then when I went to go live, it says multicast, and I select multicast. And I will tell you that in doing so, I had to. What did I do to multicast? Um, I had to be accepted on YouTube to multi, right? So I set up YouTube, and then they go through and make sure that I'm a legit, and it takes a couple days for them to approve it. So if I make 50 items and send it to you, what would that look like exactly? So I charge a flat fee of 25%. I lose 12% to whatnot pretty much in shipping supplies. And so it's a flat fee of 25% now. So you get 75% of the sales and I get 25. And out of that 25, I'm paying the whatnot fees. Says you need a Google account. That's interesting. Can you not just go to YouTube and look me up? How much items will I accept? And listen, if you send me stuff, please do not go to the counter at USPS and buy a label. Jump on another platform and buy that label at a cheaper rate. Okay. If the box weighs over, I would say probably over 10 pounds, go to FedEx Ground and create that label. It is so much cheaper, but you can jump on like um, to create labels. Okay, you can jump on PayPal to create labels, and it's a lot cheaper than going to the counter at USPS or at FedEx. Okay, they have a reduced shipping rate contract, and so it's much cheaper to go create labels on there than to go to the counter. I had somebody send me a box and they spent like $48 to send me this priority box, and I'm like, listen, if you would have went to PayPal and created that label, it would have cost you $15. You know what I'm saying? So make sure you're jumping on PayPal to create those labels if you're shipping outside the platform, right? And it's much cheaper, just so you know. If you're in the platform, you have to use USPS and you have to use their shipping thing. Okay. You cannot ship anything outside the platform. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. So I think that reusing shipping supplies is absolutely okay. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about this planet and our earth. As long as the packaging is not crushed, it's going to hold up. It's going to be. So when you send a package, a lot of people hear them say, "Oh, they kick it, they throw it, they break it." If you put fragile on it. Well, go YouTube a sorting facility for USPS, and you will understand that it's not on purpose. Yes, they are throwing packages. Yes, it's going through conveyor belt systems. Yes, it's being put on trucks. It's being put in baskets and carts. And so it's not a purposeful thing, but there is a movement of packages through pretty much a processing center. And so, as long as that package is going to hold up two or three times through that processing, you're good. Just make sure that you're packing it really well. You're putting it in some paper and you're putting in some bubble wrap. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, I reuse some of my bigger boxes. I'll show you a stack in just a second. USPS. Listen, I've heard there's a beta program out there that I think UPS, I'm not for sure. A few people might be trying out UPS or something on the platform. Um, I don't know if that's true or not, but I would like to see FedEx come to the platform, honestly, especially for you guys that are shipping heavier things, because UPS Ground is definitely the cheapest. They're more after the bulk items, the heavier items. Yeah, you work fast. It's constant movement. Listen, I've never had a problem with FedEx ever in my life. Um, hi, how are you doing? So let me show you real quick. So do I reuse boxes? Not normally unless they're big boxes. Again, this is my shipping from this morning. This is numeric order, okay? 126, 125, 124, 123. So when I go to ship, it is so easy just to go pull those numbers that people have bought. Okay. That's this morning's shipping. I keep a bunch of new boxes. Okay. These big old shipping bags are great. You get these from USPS. Okay. I just throw all my packages in there and dump them off either at the counter or my mailman will pick them up. So I do reuse a few boxes. Again, just a comfortable chair. Got a desk. Okay. Got me a couple ring lights. Got this light here. You know, nothing too new, too crazy. I love my UPS people. I don't have any issues with them. Thank you so much for the raid. The chat's moving really quickly. Miss Myers, avid thrifter. Thank you so much. 955 followers, 1.5 items sold, 5.0 rating. Her next show is Monday at 8 p.m. Brooches. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. And listen, you just set up what makes you comfortable. You know what I'm saying? This is where I'm comfortable. I get my windows right here in front of me, so I can see the geese fly over the reservoir, the sun come up. I like it. My hummingbirds, all my birds out here. Absolutely, absolutely. I'm reading y'all's chat as I'm looking over here. So did you guys know this? And many of you probably have never had no idea that this is an option. That if you have a big old chair or a big heavy piece and FedEx won't ship it or UPS won't ship it and it's just super expensive, did you know you can go down and buy a Greyhound bus ticket and ship it from one Greyhound bus station to another? Interesting, huh? I've done it. Absolutely. I had somebody buy a bunch of bentwood chairs from me, and I was like, how am I going to ship these? This is going to be super expensive. So I stacked them together and went down there and shipped them from here to New York. And it was like, I think it was like $65 or something. It was pretty interesting. Yeah. Yeah, they ship things. The hack of the century right there. And it's dirt cheap. It is. Yeah, they will definitely ship from point A to point B as far as Greyhound buses. Kind of interesting for big, heavy items. And then I've sent a steam trunk one time with Greyhound. Now you have to go pick it up at the Greyhound station, but it was super cheap, super easy. It's like buying a bus ticket, right? Yep, they put the items under the bus. Not like, no, it won't fit underneath the bus. It has to fit underneath the bus. A mattress or a couch, you're probably gonna have to send that LTL later than truckload, or yeah, less than truckload, excuse me. No worries, no worries. Anybody have any questions, concerns? Again, we've been on here for 4 hours. I'll run another giveaway for you guys. So it sits behind the counter. Yeah, they have a load room or like a every Greyhound bus station has like a luggage room, and so it goes into that luggage room until you come and show your ID. No, you cannot ship a car. You cannot ship a car. You know, if it'll fit underneath the bus in their carriage, then they'll take it. But it's just a kind of a hack. You can. It's pinned right now if you want to buy it. Or you can just go into my YouTube channel now. Up to you. It is pretty kind of cool, isn't it? It is. It should be pinned right now. Is it not pinned, you guys? It's pinned right now. If you'll just click, it says rewatch there at the bottom, right? Can you guys see that? Do you guys see where you can do that? You can just click on that, just touch it, and you should be able to buy it if you want to buy it. Yeah, absolutely. Again, as you go through this journey and whatnot, again, I will say this is an amazing platform with amazing people. And know that if you have any questions or something comes up, just shoot me a message, DM me, and I will try to get back to you. I probably get 30 or 40 a day. And so I will definitely get to it at some point. And I have to go and check my other messages, like as far as I get direct messages. So if me and you have ever talked before, I get that message because I've accepted it. But if we've never had a conversation, I have to go to another part of the messages and accept your message. And so sometimes I forget about that. But if you ever have any questions or concerns, send me that. Again, the most important part of my show is this right here. Again, I'll do a giveaway so nobody leaves. Give great giveaways.
Star 988, suicide prevention hotline. It is my purpose. I love selling things. I love helping the community, but I also want to make a difference in the world, and that is to share Star 988 suicide prevention hotline. Whether you're a veteran in crisis or anybody in crisis, they are there. There is mental health professionals available all the time. Uh, you know, in going through life, a lot of us battle depression and mental health things, and it is a crisis in this country. In losing three people that I know, that I served with, it is very important that we share and we talk about mental health and being close myself. I think it's very, very important that we talk about it and we share and we offer things. If you're here in Oklahoma, there is a mobile unit that can respond if you request that. You can always call unit anonymously. Um, you don't ever have to be in that deep dark place by yourself. And the more you talk about it and you let people know that you're going through something, it's not anything to ever be ashamed of. Um, it just means that you need a break. You need help. You need to talk to somebody, right? And you don't have to go through it alone. And there is a great amount of people that love and care and will help. So know that. Send me a message if you're ever in that part place and you'd like to talk. I'd love to talk to you. Whether it's one on one or just having a simple, nice chat, DM, that's fine too. Um, Again, dark rooms can be very dark, but I promise you, there's a window with light. You can open it as fast or as slow as you want to. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, thank you, thank you. And know that it is. I'm just kind of reading something else chats. You guys, I love this community. I love being part of it. Um, you know, Come join me, be part of my shows anytime. If you'd like to try to mod or something, sometimes I probably won't permanently mod you, but if you want to come in and learn, I would definitely allow, a couple of you to come in and mod for me every now and then. Just my mods, I will tell you, my weakness on the platform is modding. I cannot, I am not the best mod. I don't. I'm always saying lick it or smell it or what is it? I have fun, but I definitely am not a good mod. um, I am very careful about you know who my mods are. Just I won't say I had a bad experience, but I really have surrounded myself with some really great people. And, I want people to learn what modding is and how to do it and what is expected and what's not expected. And for me as a seller, I never want my mods to ever be the bad guy. If there's something or an issue, let me deal with it. I don't want them to ever be affected by my show or the people in my show. They're there more of as an informative, or they're reading things or seeing things that I'm not. And we have a really, really good group of people that are communicating. We're all just really close friends behind the scenes, and I really am so thankful for them. They pour into me, and it's been an amazing journey, and I am where I am today because of them. And I truly, truly believe that. So definitely come in. If you would like to mod or learn how to do it, jump in just one of my regular shows. It doesn't bother me. Also, if you're a new seller in here, don't jump in people's shows and say, "Hey, can I promote my show?" You've kind of already promoted yourself. There's etiquette, and so again, I don't care if you ever jump in my show and you promote your own, but ask in a way that is not, it's like walking up to somebody's door. You don't just push the handle and walk in, right? It's poor etiquette. You might get, a dog bite or something. But if you go into somebody's show, be part of it, have conversation, hang out a little bit, and then maybe red chat them. Say, hey, is it okay if I promote my show? And don't be mad if they say no. There's a lot of big sellers that are like, no, you know, um, so proper etiquette definitely, if you go in. Congratulations, you're going to get something great from me. Okay, we will send you several pieces of jewelry and a keychain and who knows what, but you'll love it if you just won that. Again, I'll show something just that way I don't get in trouble, but you'll get all kinds of stuff. Okay. One of your items will be the sea turtle. Okay. Yeah. In red chat it. Don't just come into somebody's room and say, hey, can I? You've already kind of done it. So no, it's a sea turtle keychain. Coming to my shows. Again, all of my giveaways are follower giveaways. I don't ever require that you buy anything. I don't care who wins. If you have found me organically on the platform and you've entered my show, I want you to have the chance to win something. You might not buy something from me today, but you might buy something from me tomorrow. I know. We're good. What did I miss? Something red chatted and then it went away. Yeah, some do. I don't like listen, I'm so easy and laid back. I guess it's a word you could put in there, but I like to kind of see who's who. So you come in and play that game with me sometimes and you learn who has proper etiquette and who doesn't. So it don't bother me. I always look forward to Wednesday too. We've poured in about 4 hours tonight, 4.5 hours tonight. I enjoy just getting on and talking with the community and being part of the community. Um, it's a great day. I enjoy getting on. I learned a lot from you guys. I really do. Faye West Designs. If you're not following Sandy, please do so. If you see her down there, Faye West Designs. I got mechanics hands today. Um, so make sure you're following that good Faye West Designs. Oh, thank you. Absolutely. I appreciate that. Again, I just try to be a good human. It's not hard to be a good human. You can jump on YouTube now, okay? The Glitter Guild. You can jump on YouTube. Disabled vet, whatnot, spelled out. So disabled vet and then spelled out. WHAT. Well, I hope to financially listen, whatnot's amazing. It's growing so fast. If you're creative and you're smart, you can definitely be financially, you can really financially create some extra income on here. So, um, you know, get in here, get going. Did you want to see my shipping process, Glitter? Weren't you the one that asked me how I did my shipping? Was it you that asked? No, I don't think it was. Maybe it was somebody else. Somebody was asking me about how I did my shipping. No worries. But yeah, you can just jump on now. You can just jump on YouTube and you can watch the entire show. Okay. There's my name. Okay, this is dedicated to Whatnot and helping. I am not taking anybody off the platform to sell them anything. We've just posted our shows on here, and so all within terms of service. Matter of fact, Whatnot has their own on here. You want to see my shipping? Yes, I would like to see it. One of my concerns is after putting the label on the post office charging more. So when you're setting up your profiles, you need to be as accurate as possible. Okay. Again, if you did not take did you take screenshots of the little pamphlet I had? So take screenshots of this and then come back and ask me any questions. Go watch Blazing. Okay. These are all going to be screens you see when you're creating profiles. Notice this one says smaller item seller. This one says bigger item seller. Okay, the again, one size does not fit all, but as a smaller seller, this is how I have mine set up. A lot of big sellers, this is how they will have theirs set up. Okay, first class giveaway shipping. This is if you're wanting to ship in just a plain envelope. Again, it has to be 0 to 1 ounces, must be a flat shipping where it goes through a meter. Okay, domestic 1 to 5 pounds, domestic 5 pounds and over. This is all with USPS.com. Best practices, buyer referral, seller referral. Okay. Let me see here. This is my YouTube channel right there, QR code. Again, we want to give thanks to all these people right here. Disabled Vet, Lady K, That Good, Fay West Designs, Second Life, and Rustic Rose will be put on the next ones. Okay. Go back, watch the YouTube. I go through it pretty much point to point as far as how I do my actual shipping. So you can go on there right now and you can go in there and check out how I did that, okay? So this is Tamerlane's Treasures, 18,000, almost 19,000 items sold, almost 5,000 followers. Upcoming shows tomorrow at 3 p.m. A Month of Love daily pop-up jewelry and vintage. I love how all the jewelry sellers coming right into me. Her store is full. Bamboo Bakelite Listen, did you know I am fixing to have the first of next month the most amazing Bakelite sale you will ever come across? Okay. Just a few items that are going to be in there. Okay. All book pieces. Okay. Again, if you have not bought one of these and if you need to buy one of these, I will, Pat. I saw it. I just didn't respond. Disabled vet, whatnot. Exactly. All one word. All one word. Look, Pat. This is going to be in my upcoming on the first show. So I'll have that piece. I'll have this piece. I'll have this piece. Again, this is just a few, along with 500 other pieces. All Bakelite. Just a few book pieces there. All book pieces. Yeah. $1 starts, no reserve, no minimum. Um, I've stepped out a little out of my comfort zone just a little bit on this one. Listen, I buy. I am a huge buyer. Things show up on my plate all the time. And so I've not been collecting it. Somebody else has been. You know. Oh, so this is if I could recommend anything to anybody on here, especially in the jewelry category. So a lot of times you'll see people like they're trying to hold things up and they're putting it behind their hand because the frame is trying to focus in. So what this does, is this is a microscope, or a yeah, it's kind of like a microscope. So all you do, turn this around, is you take this and you put it over your eyes, okay, on your phone, okay, and when you're in here, you open and close it, okay. And what happens is, by putting this over the entire eye or over the entire camera, you don't have those focus issues, and you're able to really. I'm going to put it on my phone right now and show you guys. Okay. See me putting it on, right? Okay. Okay. So it's on my phone. What happens is, you won't have any focus issues, and you're really able to get in there nice and close, especially if it's marked with something, you know, like a ring or something. I'm really able to get in there. Okay. And you don't have any focus issues, is why I like this. Okay. Is a lot of times people are trying to hold it up and it's coming out of focus, right? You guys see that all the time. Okay. With this, you got the whole camera covered by this microscope, or this, you know, enhancer. It's a 45 times. See how that's doing that? See how that is focusing? That's what I'm talking about. And it's because I've taken this off. When I put this on, okay, I don't have those issues when I'm trying to show something. Just makes life. I love it. If $10 or whatever it is, super cheap, I would highly recommend it. And again, I don't care where you buy it. Just, I would love for you to buy it for me, but everything I use is in there. Pin it, absolutely. There you go. It's pinned. It's pinned. Yeah, it's in my store. That's exactly what it is right there. It's called an Apexel. Everything in my store is for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I sure not trying to get rich on helping folks, but one thing that I would recommend is that right there, especially if you're selling jewelry. Okay, you'll love it. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, those will go out. Again, it's really simple, really easy. Just go over your entire thing. Okay, it's a 45 lens. I mean, I use it every show. I use it every show. Absolutely, absolutely. Again, it's not about selling you guys things. There's an encyclopedia of information in my Buy It Now, and that's why it's there. Is for you guys, so you can come in and look at what I use, how I use it, um, and you can say, oh, this is what it's called, or that's what it's called, right? It's there to help you out. My boxes are all in there. Again, they're made by Supply One. The tape is in there, 36 rolls. I will tell you, this is how good you get to doing your shipping. A roll of tape I use one roll of tape per show, and that's about 200, anywhere from 200 to 250 items. I will go through one roll of tape. So I'm spending about $1 per show on just tape. My co-signers? What do you mean, my co-signers? Do you ever have any of your co-signers? I'm not for sure what do you mean by co-signers. I've met a ton of my people that I consignment. I don't think I've ever met any of them. Yeah, I have. I've met two. I've met two of my consigners before. Yep, yep. So yeah, I'm not for sure. This fits over. I mean, you can kind of see. This is a 3 lens camera. I don't know what yours looks like, but as long as, right? Okay. As long as it fits kind of like that. If not, they might make a bigger one. I'm not for sure. This is just the one I use. Okay, super easy. Clamps here, so your entire show, you're not having to. Okay. But I highly suggest it. I mean, it is pretty rough. It's been dropped a few times, but it still works. It's the phone I can show you guys everything on. I don't trade them in, I just keep them. Again, we do this every Wednesday night. If you ever any questions, you run your show, hey, listen, I can't figure this out, but I know Brock's here on Wednesday nights and I can go in and ask him. It's seen some stuff. That's right. We're doing good. We're doing good. So, okay, I'm fixing to get off here, but let me ask you a few questions. Clucking good finds. First of all, what is it? Let me go look at your account real quick. Let me get a feel for you here. Shoes, mixed sizes, cowboy boots, thrifted women's, men's, thrifted, curated. I would try to get in a more, so right now you're in men's, women's mixed sizes. I would say for your titles, I would like some more information. Okay. Just a few pointers here. Okay. If you don't mind, is it okay if I give you a few pointers? So if it were me, in your titles for your shows, I would like to see more information. I want to see what I'm getting into. This is short, sweet, I get it, but I would really like for you as a new seller to be utilizing this title right here to really direct your audience. I want you to think about who your audience is. Okay. Who are you after? Who do you want to sell to? Okay. I will tell you, you're in a very populated category, a very competitive category. What is it that you're different? Okay. Vintage Y2K, come join us, finds, vintage what? T shirts, jeans, jackets, thrift. Okay. Add me some target words in your actual titles. Okay. Your picture of you and your husband or the man and the woman, I would really tell you to try to use this image right here as your advertising banner. You guys are beautiful people, but I will never remember your faces. Versus if you come up with a logo, I will remember the logo over your faces. Okay? You've got you guys in here. That's fine. If that's what you want to do, great. But as far as your actual image, Erica, I would create a logo for this. I would also take out your last name just for security reasons. Up to you, but if you want to, leave it. But um, clucking good finds, I think of a chicken. I'm just letting you know. If I was creating some kind of, um, if I was creating a logo right here, this would be my mindset. When I think of the word clucking, I think of chicken. I would like to see a chicken with a vintage like ACDC shirt on or something. You know what I'm saying? Like clucking good finds. Or, some kind of really cool, really collectible like Nirvana t-shirt or um, but I would definitely use a chicken because of the word clucking. And then I would definitely like go in and create some kind of vintage, like him wearing a shirt, and make it stand out. So don't overdo it. Use his, what do you call those things on a rooster? his top thing, that bright red. Um, then that's what I think of. Just kind of a mindset for me. Your shop. Let me take a look at your shop. Levi's women light cream fringe fashion jacket. You're leaving out the size. Okay. Anytime you're making these listings, so what you're leaving out here for your quality listings is it looks like it has tags. So I put BNWT in there for one. Okay. I would also, this has fringe. So I would say this is going to be a Western style. I know a lot about textiles. So you got me here. We used to own a huge rag house, if you know what that is. So with this Levi's women light cream fringe fashion jacket, I would also include the word Western. Is it small, medium, or large? Okay. Brand new with tags, BNWT. Okay. Think about that when you're doing any kind of listing. Yeah, I get it. I do mainly random pulls too. I'm in the exact same way. I totally get it. But make sure when you're creating those titles for your shows that you're putting in some more information. Okay, I would really, really highly suggest like mixed up madness. I have no idea what I'm getting into. I see the pile back here of all this thrifted. I don't know if that's from Goodwill bins or what that is, but you've got the whole textile picture in the background. I would love for this to say vintage textiles or vintage t-shirts, vintage clothing. You know what I'm saying? The whole caboodle here. Mixed up madness. You want your customer to understand what they're walking into. And again, what happens is the words you use there are going to be findable up here. Okay. When I go to search whatnot, not only am I going to find your shop items, but I will also find shows. So if you're utilizing that title, you're going to find things. And again, create those. The imagery is great. Okay. You only have 232 followers. You're brand new to the system. Utilize those pictures to gravitate your customer base in and understand what your customer base is. Is it young people? Is it vintage resellers? A lot of people are going to be coming into your show as resellers, especially since you guys are new. They're going to come and say, listen, I can buy this over here. I can get a great deal and resell it and make 20% in my show. Okay. Um, but if it were me, I would really try to gravitate to some of the vintage pictures and that imagery as far as your logo, change that. Realize there's 7 different things that can really drive traffic to your room, and that is selling stuff, becoming a premier seller, the 2 different promotion tools that are there on the right hand side, people clicking or tapping your screen, people having conversations in your room, and over a 2-hour show. Those are all things that are going to be very, very helpful for you to get traffic in there. Again, we can lead the horse to the water. I can't make them stay, and I can't make them buy anything. Be creative. Okay, you have to be creative in the beginning. When you're creating a name, you're creating a business, you're creating a following. People want good deals, quality items at a good price. Okay, remember that. Again, hope I've helped you. Send me a message. I'm on YouTube, whatnot. Um, Disabled Vet, whatnot. You can jump on there and watch this entire show. You like to crack jokes? I like to crack jokes too. Come back, let me know. Make some changes. Come back and holler at me. Again, that's just my personal opinion. Really create, and with your name, you can be very creative, just so you know. Create an image just like when you drive down Main Street, you see McDonald's, you see um, Chick-fil-A, or you see Popeyes, or what's the other chicken place? Can't even think of the other chicken place. When you think of big companies, They have a logo. You don't remember them because of their owners' faces. You think of them as a company, as a logo, and that's what you're trying to create is an image. And so just think of it that way. Get some vintage t-shirts, get some vintage items on that chicken. Throw some of those up in your show pictures. Okay. People want to know what they're getting into. And those titles of your shows, again, you're like, listen, nobody else does that. A lot of these other people already have a huge following, so they can be really lazy and just put 3 words to their titles to their show. For you, you're new. So make sure that you're utilizing that title to really grab that customer base. Okay. More information. One thing you're doing great is that you've created more than one show. Okay. You have added some items in your shop. You've kept all your verbiage down as far as all that. Uh, just keep going. Go in and make friends. Don't go sit in the corner. Go hang out in other vintage shows. Learn what's selling, what's going on, who the buyers are. That is a lot of the information right there. Right there. Befriend buyers. You know what I'm saying? Befriend other sellers that are like you, and you will grow, and you will grow at a very fast pace. Okay. No, you don't lose anything. If you request a name change, you do not request or you do not lose anything. You just cannot have any open undelivered items. Okay. I hate raid trains. Raid trains are not my thing. I think I've done 3 in a year. That's all I've done. One of them I hosted just because I was supporting a great cause. They're not my favorite thing. I think I've jumped on the trolley one time, and I may have done another one. Raid trains, I think I did one for Stella, but I don't do a whole lot of raid trains because I do long shows, and this is my thought process. If I do a raid train, um, yeah, I might pick up somebody else's customers. My thought process is this is that if people are coming in and they're spending the money on shipping and I'm only on for an hour, I feel like I'm kind of cheating them. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Or, you know, maybe you're having a great show and things are going for really good money, and here it is, your time's up and you got to throw them somewhere else. New seller, if I could recommend, if you're in the jewelry category, go jump on the Treasure Trolley. She's amazing, Rustic Rose. She sets that up kind of for new sellers. So I really recommend if you're going to jump on one, jump on that. It's just not my thing. Some people, it's great. It can be a good thing, just not me. I don't like being told I have to end my show. Yeah. So this is a lot of people struggle with getting people in their show. Okay. As a new seller, you have friends in real life. You have neighbors, you have kids, you have an aunt, you have an uncle, mom, dad, whoever it be, right? People you go to church with, people you bowl with. Say, hey, listen, I'm doing a whatnot show. Will you just come hang out and have a conversation with me for 30, 45 minutes? Okay. Having that conversation. As a new seller, a lot of people come in your room and they're like, I don't, nobody else is here. I feel an obligation to talk or respond. You don't want people to ever feel that way. Okay. So get other people respond, sit in there with your husband or your wife and just cut up, have fun, turn on some music, run some things. That's a lot of it is people are like, listen, I got $10 in this and I'm going to run this for $30. In the beginning, that's the wrong mindset. What will happen is if somebody gets a great deal, you've just created a customer for a lifetime. Okay. If I buy something, like I went into Michelle's Deals and I bought that. Let me see. I bought this Tiffany box. Okay. Tiffany box, marked Tiffany Studios, very rare box, bought it for $27. Do you not think I'm in every one of her shows? Okay. That's the mindset you have to have is you're trying to create a customer base and you're trying to get a following. And sometimes you're not going to get the max amount of money. If you can make 20% on an item, sell it and keep moving. Okay. Sometimes I lose money on items, especially if I individually buy things. And so that's the mindset. Don't get in the mindset, I bought it for 10 and I want 30 or I want 100. Move product. Inventory sitting on the shelf does you no good. Move it, move it, move it, move it. Keep going. Okay. Listen, I'll probably never sell it. I absolutely love it. 27 bucks. Just saying. There's deals on here. Ray trains can be good. I mean, I'm not going to say they're all bad. It's just not my thing. If you're in the jewelry category, jump on Treasure Trolley, go have a conversation with her. It's just not my thing. I won't say they're bad. Yeah, a lot of people like Ray trains. So slow mode has been enabled because the chat was going so fast. So one of my mods went down there and selected slow mo, slow mode. That way I can it keeps from going so fast and I can kind of try to keep up. So that's why that's there. Listen, yeah, you can find amazing deals on here. So postage scales. I this is the one I have right here. I mean, I like it because it's got the stretchable cord on it. I think this goes up to 350 pounds or something. What's it do? 440 pounds. So this is my big one for my boxes and stuff. And then I have a couple small ones. This is for like my jewelry and stuff. Okay, little pocket scales. And those are pretty cheap. That one's a little bit more expensive. I need a. Do I not have one in my shop? I thought I did, but you know, again, I've got jewelry everywhere, tubs and boxes and boxes. Yeah, they're good and it's reasonably priced. Yeah, the one in my bin's great too. I mean, I put everything in my bin. That scale might not have been available when I put that in there, but everything I utilize is pretty much in my bin. I think there's a pocket scale in there. Just know it's in there. You know what I'm saying? Just know it's in there. If you have any questions or you're like, listen, I wonder what he uses, it's in there. It doesn't ever go away. So you can go to my account any time of the day, um, and find pretty much everything I use. I mean, it's all sitting here. Let me see which one, if I have a big scale in here. There is a pocket scale in there, and there is. I need to put a big scale in there for you guys, it looks like. I'll put a big one in there so you know what I use. Oh no, there's a shipping scale, 440. Yeah, that's the exact same one I use right there. Heavy duty postal scale, 35 bucks. Yeah, that one works. Listen. My yawning is contagious. You know that, right? Really? I didn't know that. Of empathy? I think it's just because I'm tired. I had to buy another Zoltar. Oh no, this could be becoming an addiction. Listen, I'm going to send you Zoltar Okay. I'm not going to read it tonight. If that's okay, I will send it to you in the mail. Um, Zoltar is not always everybody's cup of tea. And so when I know it's not somebody's cup of tea, I try not to. But I'll send you a Zoltar card. Or if you want to come in my next show and ask me, again, it's not everybody's cup of tea, so I try not. If I know somebody's in my room where I know it's not their cup of tea, I won't try to do it. Okay, but if you want to come in my next show, I'll send you one. If you want to come in my next show and let me do my Zoltar thing, I'll definitely do it for you. Just remind me, okay? A lack of oxygen. Listen, there's a lot of folks that do that. You know what I'm saying? Again, what was the expectation? You know what I'm saying? What was the expectation? If you're going to be buying, make sure that you understand what you're buying, that you're knowledgeable, just like anything in the world, right? Like if you are on buying, understand what the backs look like on new stuff. Do some homework, especially if you're thinking about reselling. Once you get that down, you can really tell if something's Timu or whatever it is, right? Um, did I even pronounce that right? But it's you bought it, and as long as they didn't misrepresent it as being an old piece, then I don't know what to say. Just be knowledgeable when you're on here buying, understand what you're buying. There are a lot of people that buy from other platforms and bring on stuff here, or they bought it here and didn't know and resold it. It could be a lot of things, but you know, now you learned a lesson, and just keep on going. I wouldn't. I don't. I do not. I do not. I am so not about creating a bunch of inventory. You see what my inventory is. There you go. So, Pat, I would definitely write them. I see a lot of it. I see a lot of that on this platform. Again, if it's too good to be true, you enter a show and, you know, there's a few sellers on here that it all looks native and none of it's native. Okay. It's being made in India and being made in China. Yes, it has some beautiful looking turquoise and coral and those types of things, but it's not real. So be very, very careful when you start investing and buying things. Okay. Be knowledgeable. Yeah, don't. I have over 2 million neckties. Do you think I'm going to list over two? No. I used to be on another platform and kept 40 or 50,000 listings up at all time. I know what that work looks like. This is so much easier. Maybe your top 5%, your expensive items, yes. The rest of it, just put it in front of the camera and let it go. Yeah, it stinks. It really does. It really does. That's why I always ask when somebody's going so fast and they're not willing to like show the backs or details, assume, right? Just assume. If you're going to invest in a piece and buy a piece, make sure that they're showing you everything and you understand what you're buying. If not, pass on it. That's what I say. But I see there's three sellers on here, pretty big sellers on here that all they do is they're selling reproduction looks like Native American pieces, and it's not against the law, they're not saying or represented as being native. Um, so yeah, yeah, yeah. Again, ever an issue, I would definitely report it to Whatnot. Try to keep all your conversations on the platform within the platform messaging system. That way it can be referred to or used by Whatnot to be reviewed. Again, report it. If there's something like that that happens, say something. protect other people. Not only is it you, but you're trying to save somebody else. And by doing that, we're helping the platform, because if somebody comes on here and they feel like they get cheated or taken advantage of, they probably won't come back. And so I tell people, like, listen, something happens, they need to know. Whether something's done or not, that's not up to me or you, but eventually it'll catch up to them. See it all the time. See something, say something. Yeah, definitely. Well, and I'll be honest, in the beginning of this, I didn't know anything about jewelry. A year ago, I had no idea. I jumped in the category not knowing anything. So it wasn't that I was ever trying to misrepresent things, but I was very careful about showing pieces, and that's how I learned. Is a lot of buyers would be like, "That's new, Brock. This is what you're looking for. This is what this should look like." And so I learned. Even though I sold a lot of new jewelry, and I still sell a lot of new jewelry, I don't ever pretend to represent something that I knowingly know that it's not new, right? So, or old in that case. So, um, you know, it's like going to the grocery store. When you go to buy a dozen eggs, do you open it and look? Same thing here. Same thing here. You go to buy a gallon of milk, do you check the expiration date? You do. Just some things, common sense that look out for, ask questions, be careful, understand what you're getting into. Listen, Michelle. Listen, there's Michelle right there. Michelle, you didn't rate into me, did you? And you had a seller help show. What the heck, man? Just kidding. Michelle's Deals. I still have my little box. Isn't she beautiful? If you guys don't know Michelle, she is like Superwoman. Well, look at you. Aren't you so sweet? I'm just kidding. You know that. Rating. Thank you, Bougie. Appreciate you. Let me look at your profile real quick. This is Janet. She has 2.3 thousand followers. Um, she loves vintage jewelry. She has a show set up at 2:13, 7 p.m. $5 shipping. Thank you so much for your raid. Appreciate you. I hope you had a wonderful show. You were on her show today. Listen, if you're not in her show, I don't know what you're doing. She's an executive. She knows I'm kidding. She knows I'm kidding. Thank you, Bougie. Just community help show. She checks in and she leaves. Listen, go follow her right now. She does help shows too. She's been on the platform quite a bit longer than I have, and a lot of knowledge. She is really good at what she does. A great teacher, easy to listen to. She's funny, a lot funnier than I am. You don't want to be like me. I want to be like you. I want to be like Michelle or Rustic Rose or Faye West Designs. Those are my mentors. See? And she has Jesus. Like she sends Jesus's in her package. She sends Jesus. You get a little bit of Jesus from Michelle. Yeah, she had. I'm the only one that got this. Oh, so I'm sending people. Listen, I got a little bit of Jesus. Seriously, I'm gonna put those in my bite now. You get Jesus, and I thought Jesus was free, Michelle. Now you're telling me I have to buy Jesus? How does that work? She might send you a Bible too, you know what I'm saying? She has really amazing things. Just to talk about Michelle a little bit, she does all kinds of estate sales. She goes in and she sells it live. You never know what's going to be there. You never know what she's going to be doing. She might be falling over in the trash. She might be knocking things over. She might be breaking things. You just never know what Michelle's going to be into. Um, you never know what you're going to find. So definitely go check her out. She, there's no games, there's no shield bidding, there's nothing like that. It starts, she lets it go. You get a lot of people like that. You get a lot of really just nice, generous. Again, as a humanity is, there's a lot of good points to it. There's a lot of good people out there. She's right there in the chat. Michelle, let it go. I love it. What is my slogan gonna be? I have to be like somebody. I'm gonna have to think of who can I say? I like your joke. I'm gonna have to use that. I'm like, we're doing great. You're singing now. Listen, Michelle will sing to you. She will send you Jesus's. Bibles are expensive. I don't know if I can afford to send out Bibles. I will share Jesus with you, but I don't know if I can send out Bibles. They're too expensive. Michelle's always dressed up like an executive too. She's one of those people that no matter what, she's dressed up as an executive, just so you know. So make her turn the camera around. Make her turn it around. Really? That's interesting. Hmm. It's like a hotel room, right? You guys ever check hotel rooms when you go? You get a hotel room, you go through the Bible, people leave money all the time. I've had it happen to me twice. She doesn't. Only in support shows. She always dresses up. Always looks like an executive. Well, listen, I love people like you, Michelle, because I'm the one that checks them. Listen, you just let me know which ones you leave it in, and that's where I'm gonna go stay. You know, the only ones I've never found money in is the ones at the like if you stay at like a casino. I never find money in those. Am I selling the deer? Absolutely not. Or the buffalo. Or the other deer. Not for sale. Not for sale. We'd have to put them on a Greyhound bus with me. So, oh, interesting. Now that I've lost sound, how do I get it back? More down mic. More down mic. Or you can swipe out. What Michelle said. Just minimize and come back in. You've never seen the buffalo? I've got some wild animals in the house. Click your heels. Oh my goodness. I am about kaput. Again, thank each and every one of you for coming in. Remember, star 988 suicide prevention hotline. Ever in crisis, you need to talk to somebody. They are always there 24/7. If you're in Oklahoma, we have a mobile unit that can respond. Never have to go through that dark place by yourself. You know, reach out, let people know what's going on. People do care. Put your arms around your family. Let them know that you love them. You never know when their last day is or your last day on this earth is. Make communication. Let them and ask them questions. You know, especially if you're a follower in Christ. You know, it's good to ask those questions. Are you saved? Where are you going? You know. But with mental health, it is a huge issue within this country. It is a crisis, and we can be a little bit kinder. We can be a little bit softer, a little bit more gentle, and a little bit more caring. And so, with that, you're ever in a deep, dark place, you need somebody to talk to, reach out to me or holler at those folks at Star 988. serve and serve with a purpose as you do this platform. It's not just about selling people stuff, it's about making friendships, it's about making community, it's about helping one another. And if we all did that, we can all get along. What's the Michael Jackson song? I forget. um, we can make the world a better place. But serve with a purpose. We all have a story. We can all connect in certain ways, and so definitely understand that. Listen, go make friends with Faye West Assigns. Go make friends with Michelle. Go mess with Michelle. When she's doing her show, just ask her to smell it. See if it tastes good. See if she'll put it on her head. If she breaks something, make fun of her. Absolutely. Thank you guys. You guys have an amazing evening. And know that I'm here if you ever need anything. Night, 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 night. I'll read your messages. Thank you so much. You guys have an amazing evening. We'll see you soon, okay? Let me see. Let me see. I don't know all these people. Hold on. Oh no, I don't know any of these people. We're just gonna go to a new seller like Michelle did. Hold on. We're gonna go to a new seller. Go in, say hello.